Excellencies,
no, you need this. Stop.
Excellencies, dear delegates, distinguished guests, and observers to the 33rd session of the ICCROM General Assembly. Good morning. Thank you. Je tiens à vous souhaiter la bienvenue à cette 33.
Welcome to the 33rd session of the General Assembly of ICCROM. I am Patricia Kyle.
Of the 32nd session of the General Assembly that took place 2 years ago online. As per the rules of procedure of the General Assembly, I will act as the temporary president this morning until a new president is elected. I would like to extend my heartfelt welcome to you all. It's really lovely to be here in person with all of you and very different from the experience 2 years ago. So thank you all very much for being with us today and tomorrow. I would now like to officially declare the 33rd session of the ICCROM General Assembly open. I would note that there is simultaneous translation into both French and Spanish at your desktop. I would like to extend my thanks to the government of Spain for providing the translation in Spanish. So we're going to begin this morning with a series of welcoming addresses. And so first, let me give the floor to Mr. Ku Dongyu, the Director General of the Food and Agricultural Organization, our host, who has graciously allowed us to convene here at their headquarters as in previous years. Excellency, you may now have the floor. Thank you.
Dear Madam Chair, ICCROM Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. After a shower, big shower, you can see the clean sky with sunshine. I hope this world, every morning, we can start like this. I know nowadays in the world, a lot of people wake up with heartbroken events, surround you, surround your relatives. Let's send my deep condolence who lost their families, members, and beloved during the crisis, conflict, and any accident even. I'm pleased to welcome you to FAO and to host ICCROM's General Assembly. FAO shares ICCROM's dedication to promote conservation, knowledge sharing, dissemination of the best practice for conservation of cultural heritage worldwide. Long-standing collaboration between FAO and ICCROM shows how important it is to draw upon heritage to build a better world for future generations. ICCROM's experience on diversity, indigenous knowledges, cultural expression, and the linkage between the culture and the natural are in line with FAO works. I was fortunate 50 years ago in China, in the local government. I was responsible for the culture, tourism, film, newspaper, and all this together with tourism, agritourism, and also the agriculture at large. I always try to integrate culture, agriculture, and the tourism together. Because the culture, of course, original from agriculture. All the traditional culture based on agriculture original. Yeah? And how to keep the culture evolving in the future, you still have to find the root or original from the agriculture. Otherwise, also rural areas or indigenous communities. Otherwise, you will lose the root of the culture. That's my humble understanding relationship between culture and agriculture. And then we have to work together how to promote traditional culture for the coming years and the generations together. That's why FAO 21 years ago, FAO Council made a decision, establish GIAS, Global Important Agricultural Traditional Heritage Systems, GIAS. Because UNESCO, you know that, they list a lot of culture-related, natural-related list. But traditional agro-food system is based on the region, villages, town, community. It's a comprehensive way to preserve our traditional agriculture. Of course, culture is part of that. Culture should be feed the purpose of the human being and the civilization to continue. Food is essential. Environment is also essential. And also some non-documented practice. Also, it's part of based on the village and the indigenous communities. So that's why I always advocate and GIAS. And you can see the terrace. I used the window of the terrace to promote the GIAS site. And the most visible places when you enjoy the most beautiful parts of terrace in Rome or Italy, I don't know, but at least the best terrace in Rome is FAO terrace, 8 floors. And so you can see the GIAS site photos, so, and with the QR. So you can really link it with the digital world, digital FAO, and then you can learn what original we're from, yeah? So I think the culture and the civilization, it's not dependent on the nationality. It's dependent on the region, because it depends on the natural environment. They have a different natural environment, you have different culture. And that's started 1 million years ago when our ancestors, yeah, from the mama to human being, modern human being. And then we create our own community. And then we started our own culture, our agriculture first, hunting and so on, to share the food. So what it means, the modern culture should be work together, learning together, and share together. That's our ancestor told us. Don't forget that what is real cultural value we share, no matter European, Asia, Near East, or Africa, Latin America, seas, small island state, whatever we locate, we are coming from that original value. In particular, I work with a local farming system that are rich in local knowledge and traditional practice. This practice affects the global agro-food systems, natural biodiversity, and natural resources management, which are key to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why FAO recognizes and safeguard agricultural heritage system under the globally important agricultural heritage system, GIAS program. This system have been shaped and maintained by the generations of farmers, fishers, herders, and the local communities using local adapted practices for generations, for millions of years some. And this time-tested system have resulted in the productive landscape that protect biodiversity, promote local traditional knowledge, maintain resilient agricultural system, and provide thousands of farmers with food and livelihood security. Heritage sites can provide answers to the main challenges arising from the climate crisis, biodiversity losses, and food insecurity, and others. We must learn from the way these communities have been widely managing natural resources in a suitable, sustainable way with local characteristics. Agriculture and traditional culture, it's characterized by the local environment, local natural resources, local availability. That's the traditional agriculture and culture. With maintain unique culture and social value of the times. However, these systems are at risk due to the increased pressure from external factors that alter their balance, as well as internal disturbance affecting their social and cultural structure. All these rapid, drastic threats might lead to their disappearance and to an irreversible loss for humanity. Recognize the dynamic nature of this system and their needs, FAO-GIAS program support farmers on their path towards sustainable rural development. In the middle of the October, just 2 weeks ago, we started the World Food Forum. Maybe you heard also some of you participate already. We had 1 pillar also we conveyed the first time in US system. First time we have indigenous young people gathering. There are several tents built on this campus to show all the participants, about 6,000 participants in person, to see what is the original indigenous knowledge, food, and the practice, and even culture. So they are really enjoy in the plenary hall at the end of the close ceremony. They make the fire, yeah, not real fire, I mean, fire at home, at the plenary to get all the participants dancing and singing with. That's the power of the culture. That's the power of indigenous culture. That's the power of the traditional culture. So we should make the culture fit the purpose, not being only the small silos enjoyment by the artist. Of course, we need someone super, first class, panelist, violinist, artist in the play the fancy set. And also, we need more grassroots cultural, artistic activities which touch the ground, touch the ordinary people. That's why I, established a World Food Forum, youth engagement, science innovation, not only scientists come to, and the investment, 3 together. And also the indigenous people and young people, they come to, they are so happy because first time they have a 1 week activity in the UN FAO campus. Ladies and gentlemen, FAO and ICCROM can provide even greater support in areas with strong cultural heritages by combining your experience, expertise, and by enhancing the integrated management and effective monitoring and conservation strategies. Our organizations have already jointly implemented projects on the sites designated on the both GIAS and World Heritage cultural landscapes. Our collaboration aims to inspire and engage the broad spectrum of the policymakers, academia, and research institutions, heritage practitioners, and the indigenous peoples and communities, women and youth. We want them to safeguard the knowledge and practice embodied by the traditional and cultural heritage systems and the cultural landscapes. Through our collaborative work, we can strengthen the social, economic, and environmental roles of this heritage site. FAO is committed to supporting local communities in their efforts to preserve and share the traditional knowledge of agricultural systems around the world because they are key to achieve the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. I wish you a successful General Assembly and make closer cooperation with FAO. 1 word more, we are going to cooperate with the Italian government to establish the FAO Food and Agriculture Museum in the coming 2 years. So we want the linkage FAO not only for modern technology and innovation and international normal workers and all the others, policy consultation, And we want the linkage with the traditional villages. You know, without the traditional village, how we preserve our traditional and cultural practice. And that's what I'm going to do. So I need your support. Let's work together and make this world more harmonized, more historical memory. Don't forget our ancestors and our original place and culture from. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General, for your kind words of welcome and also the interesting reflections on the relationship between culture and agriculture. I'd now like to invite Maria Tripodi, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs for Italy, to address the Assembly.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Director General, Chair of the General Assembly and delegates, it's a pleasure and an honor for me to take part in the inauguration of the 33rd General Assembly of ICCROM to represent the Italian government. I wish success on behalf of on behalf of the Italian Foreign Minister Vittorio Tajani, knowing that at a time of a crisis internationally, we attach great importance to cultural diplomacy. Let me emphasize the importance attached by Italy to the activity of this organization that has been hosted in Rome for more than 60 years. The Italian government is looking with a lot of interest and appreciation at the recent results that have been achieved. It is therefore our intention to continue relationship with ICCROM while supporting it in its program and its long-standing activities related to transformation and modernization. We all know that any action that makes ICCROM more visible and known, even outside the elite of heritage experts, is a key to provide this organization a role that is to be hoped for ICCROM to deploy its great potential. ICCROM over time has grasped the importance of culture in international relationships and has now become a tool of diplomacy, a soft power, so to say, for member states. As host country, Italy finds it important to ensure adequate protection and enhancement of cultural heritage in all of its forms. A virtuous example is the strengthened cooperation in training and educational program, which have always been supported by Italian cooperation offices. And these programs are meant for the African youth who are bound to become the worldwide youth. Italy and the Italian Foreign Ministry, following the example of the Foreign Minister Tajani, are committed to ensuring an effective protection and enhancement of cultural heritage, both within and outside the national borders, while being aware that culture is a key driver to disseminate universal values all over the world. Therefore, rekindling dialogue among peoples. For this reason, cultural diplomacy lies at the heart of the foreign policies of this Italian government and the countless missions of our foreign minister. Suffices to think about the commitment for the recovery of the artistic heritage. of countries suffering conditions of crisis. Last Tuesday in Milan, in the presence of Minister Tajani and Mr. San Giuliano, the cultural minister, we launched the laboratory for the reconstruction of Ukraine with the Triennale event and the Maxi event. They will become important examples of contributions for the rebirth of the country, the beneficiary countries. There will be the patronage of the Ukrainian city of Odessa. Italy will cover this patronage in order to rebuild the historic Transfiguration Cathedral that was destroyed by Russian bombings. Mr. Director General, this General Assembly again meets face by face at FAO, as it did in 2019. Over the last 2 years, we managed to work remotely based on the potentials of new technologies. It was a challenge that accelerated the processes of digital transformation, thereby leading to new opportunities and potentials. These potentials and opportunities were grasped by ICCROM with the increase of tools for distant learning, with specialized courses organized. Digitalization among strategies used by this General Assembly allowed us to use the library and the historical archive of ICCROM. They were both made available to all professionals and experts in heritage. For these and other results, we thank the outgoing Director General Ndoro, knowing that the incoming director will continue these results and to expand the scope and visibility of programs, the visibility of the organization in the interest of the leadership as a whole. In order to understand these important objectives and develop the untapped potentials of the organization, Italy is confident that the Assembly will understand the Council's recommendation, thereby confirming the appointment of Aruna Gurial as Director General. We are convinced that the excellent qualities that were developed in the intergovernmental organizations here at FAO over the last few years will be put to the service of an organization such as ICCROM. She was the first woman to lead this organization. She will be the first woman to lead this organization, and Italy is sure that she'll do her utmost. The new director will best embody the importance of equality of gender for each multilateral organization. This holds true for organizations such as ICCROM, whose institutional mandate is to promote cultures in all of its forms, including gender equality. ICCROM's skills in a consultative framework with such themes as the Convention on Heritage of 1972 will be precious in view of the UNESCO Conference on Heritage on the 31st century, organized in Italy in the next 27th to 29th of November in Naples. Starting from a reflection on the main contemporary challenges, climate change, crisis, conflicts, mass tourism, the new roles in cities, will try to identify the essence of heritage for both today and the future, while being convinced of its importance as a source of culture, creativity, inclusion, and innovation. The improved central role of culture in international relationship can simply be based on solid multilateral organizations that are put to the service of states and civilian societies as fruitful places of dialogue, openness, training, and reflection. At times such as those of today, where confidence to multilateralism is weakened, we need to strengthen it while regaining the cultural roots that we have in common as human community. Starting from this FAO building, we receive the invitation to rediscover the virtue of multilateralism, starting from the sector of cultures, which over the last 15 years has been translated into heritage in its various aspects of tangible, intangible, and digital heritage. From Rome to the origin of new Latin languages, we will remember that patrimonio has the same origin, etymological as patria, homeland. The fact of recognizing culture as a common good means to rediscover in heritage the homeland of everyone. The relaunch of cultural multilateralism, therefore, through the support of its own organization, is an example. We can restart from ICCROM and UNESCO, from now, today, from here. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, the Honorable Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, for her presentation. Now I invite Alzar Edundo, the director, to address on behalf of Audrey Azoulay, the Director General of UNESCO.
Mr. Director General of FAO, Your Excellency, the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, Madam President of the ICCROM General Assembly, Mr. Chairperson of the ICCROM Council, Mr. Director General of ICCROM, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and heads of delegations. It's my great pleasure and honor to address you today on behalf of the Director General, Mrs. Audrey Azoulay, on the occasion of the opening of this session of the General Assembly of ICCROM, which is taking place after 4 years in Presentia. You know, the ICCROM General Assembly is timely, as it takes place while we continue to follow up on the Montjacult World Conference on Cultural Policies and Sustainable Development, which took place in Mexico in 2021, and where 150 countries, including many of you, unanimously adopted an ambitious declaration which affirms culture as a global public good. And this affirmation will definitely support the work of ICCROM. Montjacult also echoes the large role that culture should play for all the world, for all the communities, as it was echoed by, eloquently by the Director General of FAO when he mentioned the power of culture. Affirms culture as a public good is also an ambition that is shared by Italy, as we have just heard the Vice Minister mentioning also the ambition of Italy to continue putting culture as something important for all the world and all our communities, and also who has mentioned this important conference that we will be organizing at the end of November in the city of Naples. So allow me on this occasion to extend UNESCO's heartfelt gratitude to all of you who are representing the member states of ICCROM for your commitment to the preservation and protection of our world's most precious cultural heritage. ICCROM has a pivotal role to support the preservation of our world cultural heritage, and hence is a pillar partner of UNESCO, and notably of the World Heritage Center through its capacity building and research activities, and as a leading advisory body to the World Heritage Committee together with IUCN and ICOMOS. So ICCROM is instrumental in developing a wide array of resource manuals and publications that serve as invaluable tools not only for policymakers, but also for heritage professionals across the world. And these materials provide comprehensive guidance on topics ranging from the conservation of historic cities to disaster management. It is worth noting that these publications have empowered heritage professionals worldwide with the knowledge and expertise needed to safeguard the cultural treasures efficiently. And as outlined during the very recent extended 45th session of the World Heritage Committee that has just successfully concluded in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. And I'd like to take this opportunity to again thank the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for hosting this important conference where many of us were there. I want to say that ICCROM is a key player in the development, for example, of all our tools related to World Heritage capacity building strategy. And I hope that this forward-thinking strategy will place a strong emphasis on addressing emerging challenges faced by cultural and natural heritage due to some of the issues that we all know, of course, starting by climate change, armed conflict, natural disasters. And we need these capacity building initiatives to tackle together these growing challenges as we observe. Distinguished delegates, since the reinforcement of the cooperation between UNESCO and ICCROM in 2017, aimed at amplifying the impact of our two organizations in the realm of cultural heritage preservation globally, we have been able to enhance the efficiency and effectiveness of our collective efforts. We have also been able to promote a unified global approach to safeguarding our cultural heritage. And this has been visible in the support, for example, provided to African countries, to small development islands, in the preparation of tentative lists, of new nomination dossiers for inscription on the World Heritage List, and also for the removal of sites from the World Heritage List in danger. So the role of ICCROM has been important in supporting UNESCO's work to assist countries where heritage was at risk due to some of the challenges that I've just mentioned, particularly in Mosul, in Iraq, where we are implementing training activities as part of the Revive the Spirit of Mosul, and also in Ukraine, where we are partnering to train professionals on emergency preparedness. The 2017 agreement has paved the way for a deeper level of cooperation in facilitating the exchange of knowledge, resources, and expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, these are just few examples of the achievements and contribution of ICCROM, which exemplify the organization's dedication to the protection, conservation, and management of heritage worldwide. So let us continue to draw inspiration from these achievements and continue to work together closely to ensure that our shared heritage remains a source of pride, knowledge, and identity for future generations. And here, I want to underline the value of our cooperation. Just in few words, our success hinges on collaboration, shared knowledge, and collective vision for a future where our world cultural resources, our world cultural treasures continue to inspire and educate generations to come. Finally, distinguished delegate, allow me to take this opportunity, as it has been done by the Vice Minister of the Foreign Affairs of Italy, to sincerely thank the Director General of ICCROM, Dr. Webb Ndoro. Dear Dr. Ndoro, as you're finishing your duties as the Director General of ICCROM, allow me, on behalf of UNESCO, to express my admiration on the way you have led this organization since you have been elected and appointed. Allow me to express to you my friendship once again. And this admiration I'm expressing, I'm doing particularly for the role also that you have played, which has made, and everyone agrees on it, a major contribution to consolidating the place of ICCROM as one of the key players on the conservation scene and one of the world leading conservation organizations. And I've been witnessing your work since the past 20 years, during which together we have played together in confidence and respect for the good of world cultural and natural heritage. So, Dr. Ndoro, your leadership, your expertise, your knowledge will remain a legacy for all of us and a legacy for ICCROM in particular. Thank you very much. So I also would like to conclude, again, as I've done in Riyadh, also to wish all the best to Mr. King, Mr. Joseph King of ICCROM, also for his 30 years at the service of World Heritage. So all members of ICCROM and state parties to the World Heritage Convention owe both of you a lot, and UNESCO owes you a lot, and thank you for all your great contribution. With this, I wish all a very successful deliberation during this General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you for delivering those words of welcome on behalf of the Director General of UNESCO. And dear colleagues, it's now my great pleasure to introduce Weber Ndoro, the Director General of ICCROM, who will deliver opening remarks on the occasion of this 33rd session of the General Assembly.
Madam President, the Director of the World Heritage Center, delegates from member states, non-member states, partner institutions, observers, and staff members. Let me first of all thank FAO for allowing us to host our General Assembly on their premises. I know we have done it in the past, but the continued support from FAO gives us quite a lot of joy. It means that we can continue to work together, and hopefully this is not the last General Assembly at FAO. We will have many more. It is a great pleasure to be able to meet again in person and also share with you some of ICCROM's achievements and our expectations for the future. As you know, since its creation, ICCROM has been aiming at fostering international collaboration, exchange, and solidarity. With 137 member states, ICCROM has consistently strived to maintain its unique character as a technical organization with a vast mandate to promote conservation of cultural heritage worldwide. Let me extend my welcome to our newest member, Tajikistan, who joined ICCROM since April 2020 to make us 137 member states. We have already started working with Tajikistan. In October, we implemented training programs together with other Asia Pacific countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 6 years in which I have had the privilege to lead this extraordinary organization, we have witnessed a number of challenges. The threats posed to people and heritage by climate change, the political issues, social, economic pressures, and of course, has already been pointed out, the recent development of many, many conflicts in the world. And all these affect cultural heritage. ICCROM strongly believes that there is a greater need to effectively and sustainably conserve and manage our cultural heritage, particularly in the face of all these challenges. We must, of course, involve young people, in particular, particularly to make sure that they play a part in conserving our heritage, but not just conserving the heritage, but also that the heritage provides them with a future. As part of our mandate dictated to us by the General Assembly in 2017, we have focused on the clear path laid out by the 3 strategic directions. Number 1, focusing on a world concerns for cultural heritage. Number 2, creating a diverse and inclusive global network. And number 3, strengthening and transforming ICCROM for the future. Out of these strategic directions, we have been able to develop several programs, but I'm just going to mention 4 of the flagship programs. I mentioned the increasing conflict in our world, and here we have the first aid for cultural heritage in times of crisis as one of the major programs which we're implementing. And I thank those who have come to our support, the US and others, to try and see whether we can serve cultural heritage in areas where there are conflicts. We also have the Athar program for heritage in the Arab region. And again, I thank the UAE for the support in implementing this program. We've already heard from World Heritage, the World Heritage Leadership Program, and its effectiveness in many, many regions of the world. And again, I thank Norway, Switzerland, South Korea, and many others for coming to our support. When I began my mandate, one of the things you asked me to do was to create a program in Africa. I'm glad to say that we have started the Youth Heritage Program, which is now very active, and I want to thank the Italian government, the French government, and many others who have come to support this program. I want to emphasize that, yes, my mandate is coming to an end, but I hope you as member states will also continue to play a part in focusing on Africa. Let's not lose the focus as we had done in the past. Remember that Africa is 55 countries. The global pandemic forced us all to review and readjust our action. The change in tactics, but thinking to the rapid improvement of digital platforms and tools, we were able to strengthen and deliver both online and hybrid courses and workshops. We have assessed the potential of each of the formats to ensure we can reach broader audiences with online activities in different languages, but we also value the importance of in-present activities. We cannot replace in-present activities, no matter how much digital transformation we implement. In-person is always better, and we hope we'll be able to continue to do so in future. One of the areas in which we started working this biennium was the digital transformation of ICCROM. And again, I thank you member states for giving us the support to be able to do so, and this will be reported to you later. This has definitely strengthened ICCROM. We have assessed and implemented new organizational structure, which I hope lies the foundation for a more solid and interconnected activities at the service of our member states. The restructuring has been accompanied by the recruitment of several younger professionals who will ensure the future of the organization. I particularly want to thank Japan and the United Arab Emirates for the secondment of staff members to ICCROM. Japan secondees have been working at ICCROM for more than 20 years, and we are extremely grateful for their expertise and the exchange of knowledge with these professionals. I must hasten to point out that other member states have indicated their willingness to come on board with the secondment. Saudi Arabia, also South Korea, and many others have indicated their willingness to do so. I also thank Switzerland and Norway for funding not just secondments, but also staff positions for the Partnership and Communication Unit and the World Heritage Leadership Program, respectively. I should thank the Italian government, which has always come to the support of ICCROM all the time. We have also reviewed and developed guidelines, policies, and procedures, including the revised staff rules and regulations, new policies on the prohibition of discrimination, harassment, sexual harassment, and abuse of authority, the whistleblower anti-retaliation policies. We have also streamlined our administrative procedures to follow recommendations of the extended audit as requested by Council. I'm glad to say that after 43 years of having the same audit firm doing the books of ICCROM, in the last 6 years we have been able to get new auditors to look at our books. This is the common practice. We have also dedicated our energy to implement a performance management system that I hope will continue to make ICCROM stronger and more effective. Overall, we have also enjoyed a year of closer relationship with you, our member states. This has included our annual meetings for all member states aimed at both embassies in Rome, but also potential partners and conservation professionals in member states, and dedicated meetings and events that are either regional or thematic, and showcasing activities and possibilities that address their specific needs. As we will indicate later, with our activities in the last biennium, we were able to reach to 135 member states. And I remember what I said, we are 137. We have also worked on improving our overall outreach, especially online. Our website is now available in English, French, Italian, Arabic, and Spanish. Moreover, we publish a steady flow of resource materials for free access in a multitude of languages. We also have a regular quarterly report which we send to member states. The library and archive are also getting valuable assets, and they have continued to play an important role for ICCROM. I want to thank the member states who have supported ICCROM during these 6 years, particularly the digital transformation of ICCROM. I also want to thank those who have supported ICCROM. I think Netherlands gave us more and above the 5%. I also want to thank the Spanish government for supporting us in the interpretation of this General Assembly into Spanish, and for continuing to commit in the promotion of the Spanish language. Finally, I would also want to thank member states for the confidence that you put in us at ICCROM for the past 6 years. In my language, we say that a single lion cannot kill a wounded or a leaping giraffe. My work at ICCROM has been the result of a dedicated and professional staff team with whom I had had the privilege and pleasure of sharing 6 years of my life. Whatever we were able to achieve is a tribute to their passion, commitment, and professionalism. Heritage in all its forms has a significant role in contributing to a better and more sustainable world, and ICCROM will be there to help shape the conservation profession and the next generation of change makers. I have no doubt that the organization will continue to thrive under your guidance and support. Our heritage, our future. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Thank you very much. So this concludes the official inauguration of the 33rd session of the General Assembly. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their words of welcome and for their support for the work and mandate of ICCROM. I invite our guests to now leave the podium, and we'll have a bit of a shuffling as the folks who are involved in the next part of the sequence of events come to the table. So perhaps as we're having this moment of transition, I could make a few housekeeping announcements. So as we're going through the agenda over the next couple of days, I would like to ask delegates to restrict their interventions to the item under discussion, as we do have a very heavy agenda, and also, in the interest of time, to restrict your comments to 3 minutes, if possible. As is customary, there will be an opportunity for delegations to make national statements and generic statements from observers under items 21.2 and item 21.3 tomorrow afternoon. You may register to be put on a list of the speakers by sending an email to the email address that you now see displayed on the screen. So based on those responses, the Secretariat will draw up a list of speakers in the order in which they are received. I would, however, like to reassure you that even if you do not send an email, there will be an opportunity from the floor to request to make a statement. If you are in a position to send us your statement beforehand, you may do so at the same email address, and those statements will be used to ensure that there's an accurate record of the discussion and also to facilitate translation. So, on the issue of voting, as per Rule 49 and Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, most decisions of the General Assembly are taken by a simple majority of the member states present and voting, except as otherwise provided for in the statutes. And voting is normally done by a show of hands. And again, there are a few exceptions to that, which we'll be experiencing tomorrow. A simple majority means more than 50% of those present and voting, and the term present and voting means member states casting an affirmative or a negative vote. Member states that abstain from voting are not considered to be present and voting in the meaning of Rule 51 of the Rules of Procedure. Therefore, when I call you to vote, please be ready to raise the voting cards you see on your desk with the name of your country, and I believe those voting cards are being distributed. Okay, so the next item of business is to adopt the provisional agenda, which you've all received, and which is now going to be displayed on the screen in front of you. This agenda is as it was previously distributed with one exception. So following the council meeting that took place yesterday, so the 98th session of council, the latest agenda no longer includes point 16, which related to the election of the members of the Finance and Audit Committee. I would now like to invite John Robbins. Is John here? Yes. Here. Okay, thank you, John Robbins, who is the chair of the council, to explain to you why this change has happened as a result of the council's deliberations yesterday. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for this opportunity to explain this development within council. We have had the experience of the Finance and Audit Committee since around 2018, and I was the first chair of the Finance and Audit Committee at that time. The concern among council has been the ensuring that all member states have an opportunity to participate in the Finance and Audit Committee. The principle behind establishing the Finance and Audit Committee was to give member states a more direct role in the operation of ICCROM and the ICCROM Council. What we have found is that since 2018, we have not had the original terms of reference for the Finance and Audit Committee included 6 representatives from 6 member states. We have not achieved that level of participation by member states. And one of the reasons is that when electing the members of the Finance and Audit Committee at General Assembly, not all member states are participating in General Assembly. Currently, today, I believe the number is 91 of 137 member states are participating today. So what the amendment that Council passed at its Council meeting yesterday changes the election or the selection of member state representatives from General Assembly to the beginning of the new council in the new biennium. So you will be selecting a new council tomorrow, and then one of the first orders of business for the new council would be to contact all 137 member states and give the member states time to identify a representative, recommend a representative to the chair of council, and then council can deliberate on the makeup of the Finance and Audit Committee. So again, the goal in changing from electing the Finance and Audit Committee at General Assembly to electing the Finance and Audit Committee within council is to increase the opportunity for member states to participate in the Finance and Audit Committee, as well as to give the member states a bit more time to deliberate on who their representatives might be, rather than doing it all here at General Assembly. So that is that's the logic behind the change within council, and Madam President, that would be the logic for deleting that item in the General Assembly agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson of Council. I now turn to the members here present. Is there any discussion regarding the adoption of the provisional agenda as presented this morning? Not seeing any, I declare the provisional agenda adopted. Okay, so that brings me, I believe, to my final duty as your temporary president, which is to facilitate the election of the president for the remainder of this General Assembly. The Assembly is, according to the statutes and the rules of procedure, there is a president and also vice presidents. And these the president and vice presidents are normally adopted on the recommendation of the council, in accordance with Rule 19.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. So I request the Secretariat to display the draft decision on screen. Having met yesterday, the Council proposes that Ola Wetterberg from Sweden preside over the 33rd session of the General Assembly. So you see the result of that discussion on the screen before you. So we're now proceeding to vote to elect the president. Normally this is done by acclamation. So before I proceed to the vote, can I just ask if there's anyone who would like to intervene? In the absence of any objection then, I will consider the vote to be positive and welcome Ola Wetterberg as the President of the General Assembly.
So, thank you very much, Patricia, for having presided over the first part of our morning, and thank you all for your trust in having elected me as the position for the President of the General Assembly. I will do my utmost to ensure that we have smooth deliberations of the next 2 days, and that we conduct this session in the same spirit of cooperation and mutual respect that has characterized ICCROM since its inception. So, but before starting the more substantial part of our work, I would like to invite you to continue the election of the 3 vice presidents of the General Assembly. Council has proposed the following candidates for the office of Vice President. I think it should be, there we are. So, in the following orders: Ireland, Kenya, and Mexico. So we're now going to decide on this. So, dear colleagues, may I consider that the General Assembly agrees with this proposal? Are there no objections? I can see no objections. I now declare So, we can now adopt the whole decision GA 33-3 as amended. It's time for us to move to the next item on our agenda. And that's number 4. And here we have some names. So item 4 on our agenda concerns the election of the members of the 2 standing committees of the General Assembly, upon the proposal made by the Council. We will begin by examining document 4.1 concerning the election to the Credentials Committee. In accordance with Rule 23.1 on the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, the Credentials Committee shall consist of representatives of 5 member states elected by the General Assembly on the proposal of the Council. Each of the 5 member states shall be represented on the committee by a member of its delegation. The committee shall elect its own chairperson, who shall submit reports of the committee to the General Assembly later today. After having met yesterday in its 98th ordinary session, the Council is proposing the election of the following member states to the Credentials Committee, and then we'll have this one. So in the following order, it's Canada, it's Hungary, the Netherlands, it's Serbia, and the United States. So I think we see it on the screen there. I would like to suggest that if there are no objections, we proceed to elect the candidates as proposed. So let's proceed to item 4.2 concerning the elections to the Committee on Candidatures to Council. In accordance with Rule 24.1 of the Rules of Procedures of the General Assembly, the Committee of Candidatures for the Council shall consist of representatives as well of 5 member states elected by the General Assembly on the proposal of the Council. Each of the 5 member states shall be represented on the committee by a member of its delegation. The committee shall elect its own chairperson, who shall submit reports of the committee's work to the General Assembly. And after having met yesterday in its ordinary session, the Council is proposing the election of the following member states to the Committee on Candidatures to Council. And it's Algeria, Brazil, Romania, South Africa, and Switzerland. So, if there are no objections, I propose that we proceed to elect the candidates as proposed. So decided. We can now adopt the whole decision GA 33-4 as amended. I congratulate the elected members of the 2 committees and invite them to proceed to go outside the room where the Secretariat staff is waiting for them. Yep. And now where are we now? So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now examine item 5 on our agenda, the admission of observers. The final list of observer requests can be found in the documents proposed online as well as on your desk. So, may I consider that the General Assembly has no objections to admitting the observers present in the list to attend the 33rd session? the end? No. Ended? Yeah. So, do we have any objections? Don't see any. I now declare the observers present on the list admitted to this session of the General Assembly. So, here we are. So, dear delegates, it's time for the last item of our agenda for this morning, the thematic discussion. I recall that this item does not require action from the General Assembly. The idea of the thematic discussion was put forward by the Council with the idea of adding a conservation-based agenda item to the more general business of governance of ICCROM to the General Assembly. Previous themes have included decolonizing heritage at the 31st General Assembly in 2019, post-conflict reconstruction, recovery and community involvement of the 30th General Assembly in 2017, and climate change, natural disasters and cultural heritage. Culture cannot wait at the 29th General Assembly in 2015. The 32nd session of the General Assembly, which was held online, did not include a thematic session due to logistic issues, as you all know. But this year, we are pleased to bring it back, the agenda item with the topic of heritage and migration. I will now give the floor to Aline Magna, member of the ICCROM Council and chairperson of the Council Working Group on the thematic discussion, to introduce the topics. Mrs. Magna? Ms. Magna, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale.
Mr. President, Chairperson of the Council of the General Assembly, Mr. General Director, dear colleagues and delegates, for some years now, as mentioned, the ICCROM Council is an opportunity of an exchange of views on a topic which of interest of the global community. You probably remember that in 2019 the conversation was decolonization in the field of cultural heritage. The following General Assembly 2021 was all online, as just mentioned, and so this was not possible to have an exchange of views. So we are now here, gathered again in presence. The thematic discussion is focusing on the heritage and migration. So there is the link between migration flows of peoples and heritage, which includes also the cultural heritage. This is really the ground base of our human life, and Africa is the cradle of humanity, and it is the outcome of a number of flows throughout the history and the century. This has affected all of the regions and all of the periods, and maybe with the ups and downs according to the different settings. And this impacts the genetic heritage, the melting pots. Since the 19th century, the heritage is presented from a national point of view, or a nationalistic rather, and the 20th century has not been able to strengthen this kind of trend, which led to rewriting the history, which basically overcome literature, the field of literature, history, culture, and many others. So the cultural philosophy, languages, music, flavors, artistic arts in general, and languages and techniques of different types. So this intersection and cultural intersection invites us to reconsider. Today, our historical research has taken a turn, a more global turn, more inclusive, which favors cultural customs between the different corners of the world, which led to a number of publications. So we have now favored this kind of circulation, and these networks are really like the threads of multicolor threads. So thinking about migration flows, immigration, migration, which are trying to renew our histories, after the words of an historian. So it is in the light of this kind of approach, which is reminding us that we are both here and there, and that migration stories and narratives concern us. So I don't want to underline the gap or the fractures, but rather remember and remind us of our common roots from a global point of view. So going back to the expression of the historian, Pierre, we must try to find and to create a common heritage. Man move around for a great desire to share different experiences, but also for reasons of violence, conflicts, climate change, and many other reasons. These migrations can be forced migration due to building walls, dams, and other forms of barriers. But they can be final or even simply temporary or seasonal. And this somehow is the outcome of exchanges. And these, of course, represent a richness and of both material and material heritage. How can we take all of this into account in the field of restoration of our common goods and include them in our programs of the number of different types of heritage, locally speaking? Miriam Cladier, she is a Canadian restorer. She, based on a number of personal exchanges, based on the early settlers, she has found a new formula. Conservation, restoration is a form of networking between people, and not only people with objects. These are intangible assets which are called to be preserved far more than the material heritage. We think of what is in our museums and our monuments. Conservation is of paramount importance to understand who we are, where we come from, so our origin. All of this is inviting us to think about this threading and this kind of network. So in conclusion, let us remind that we must not mistrust the idea of universal, of global. But this is the outcome of colonialism, which have been dominating locally. But we should instead, in the light of Senghor and many others, we should try to think about a global world of encounter between culture, a lateral global world, and the heritage, the cultural heritage and arts, and performance art are fundamental elements and ingredients of this open and global world. This is why we have invited an architect who is the professor of architecture in São Paulo, and he has been trained in museology. Cézé lives in Africa since 2003. He has worked in the African Museum in Rio, member of the ICCROM, and is also members of the committee.
City, jusqu'en 2020.
Since 2022, she has set up a migration city with Martin Lenvieux. And how are migrants and
forms of urbanism in the cities reflected in cultural, geographical, political, and economic processes.
So what is the role of museums, of heritage institutes? He's a senior manager within the
site of concerns pour les activités
for the various activities in Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean, and also managing the network. And she will explain how this network includes 350 members from a number of countries. So the idea is to preserve the outcome of conflicts for a better future and a better present. So I would like to give the floor to Gégé Joseph, who is going to come up to the podium.
Thank you, Aline. Just a minute, please. All right, now I'm all set. Dear President of the General Assembly, dear Chairperson of the Council, dear Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning. As Aline said, my name is Gégé Lemay-Joseph, and I work at the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience, or ICSC. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to deliver this keynote today. I'm cognizant of the tremendous collective knowledge in this room, and I am humbled and honored to be here with you today. As introduced by Aline, the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience is a worldwide network of sites of conscience, which are historic sites, museums, and memory initiatives connecting past struggles to today's movements for human rights and social justice. With over 350 members in more than 65 countries, these members remember a variety of histories and come from a wide range of settings, including long-standing democracies, countries struggling with legacies of violence, post-conflict contexts, and others just beginning to address their transitional justice needs. As a very diverse collective, they are very united by the shared commitment to use the lessons of the past to find innovative solutions related to social justice today and in the future. The Migration Museums Network, or MMN, is a global initiative launched in 2019 by like-minded migration museums around the world, aimed at exchanging and strengthening capacities and practices of museums working with migration to counter discrimination, racism, and xenophobia, foster equity and inclusion, and influence public policy that protects migrants' rights. The MMN brings together 27 museums in 18 countries and 5 regions, linking the migration agenda to heritage, culture, memory, and peace building, and working across a diversity of geographical, cultural, and historical contexts. With these introductions in mind, I would also like to give you a short background of my personal perspective today. I am a Brazilian architect, urbanist, exhibition designer, and museologist who has lived and worked with a focus on Africa and Latin America for the past 25 years, as well as on socially charged themes like apartheid and migration. I'm also a descendant of Italian migrants who escaped famine in the late 1800s. I'm a migrant myself. I'm married to a migrant. My children were born in a multicultural and multiracial home with family living in 5 continents. It's a beautiful and yet a very complex identity that can be both an upside and a challenge. My experiences of migrating have been largely positive and unencumbered. However, I have been significantly influenced by an acute awareness of the disparities and injustices that exist within the societies that I inhabit, as well as my recognition of the privilege I hold. This infused my professional choices and practices with a sense of responsibility to contribute towards more peaceful and just societies, and my approach to museum and heritage reflects that commitment. So with this background that I come to speak to you today. And lastly, I'm not an expert in conservation, but I hope that by honoring heritage's complexity and fluidity and its potential in supporting social cohesion, boosting cooperation, agency, and ownership, I can indicate a path that may help foster communities' and society's sense of shared responsibility towards protecting our collective heritage. I would also like to clarify that when I referred to migrants today, I will be relying on the International Organization of Migration's definition, which states that a migrant is an umbrella term not defined under international law, reflecting the common lay understanding of a person who moves away from his or her place of usual residence, whether within a country or across an international border, temporarily, permanently, and for a variety of reasons. I'm referring to IOM's inclusivist approach that considers that migrant as a term converging for all forms of movement, regardless of borders, including those who flee for war and persecution. In the same light, I will use IOM's definition of migration as movements of persons away from their place of usual residence, either across an international border or within a state. Lastly, I will focus on the term migrants as an umbrella for immigrants and emigrants, as immigrant privileges the contexts of arrival and disregards the contexts of the place of origin from where these immigrants are in fact immigrants. Migration is a divisive topic, and its complexity makes it an easy target for manipulation and misrepresentation around the world, a problem exacerbated by newer forms of social media activism that increasingly enable disruptors to spread misinformation and prejudice based on fear and in a quest to use migration as a political tool. In this process, migration's positive history and heritage are often erased and overlooked, preventing new generations from accessing critical lessons from the past and from connecting those lessons to present and better solutions for the future. Migration has the potential to foster creativity and innovation, as well as to help promote inclusive and tolerant societies by bringing people with diverse cultures and experiences into contact. Migrants and diaspora communities enable the circulation of tangible heritage, such as objects and artifacts, as well as intangible heritage, such as ideas, practices, technologies, values, perspectives, and investments that boost economies and shape both origin and destination places. Heritage involves competition for those for whose moral and rights and versions of the past finds representation in the present, especially official heritage. Allowing misrepresentation to inform heritage can be incredibly harmful, deepening divides and discrimination. And as stated by Rodney Harrison, the problem with official forms of heritage is not that as much that they are bogus history, but that it's often directed towards establishing particular national narratives in reaction to the influence of globalization on the one hand and the local on the other. We can see the growth of heritage in the second part of the 20th century, at least in part, as a reaction to the way in which globalization, migration, and transnationalism had begun to erode the power of the nation state. So, by promoting inclusive narratives that connect past, present, and future, tangible heritage and intangible heritage, we can harness its power to humanize history, support or interrogate perceived trends, counter misinformation, and offer diverse and authentic narratives and alternatives to harmful official hegemonic narratives. When built from the ground up, narratives and heritage foster more pluralistic and democratic representations of migration, innovative approaches for societies to live in harmony, embracing the ever-evolving currents that shape our collective existence and effect social transformation. Museums with a sole focus on migration have emerged, driven by a strong sense of social responsibility, operating on the crossroads of history, anthropology, ethnography, politics, sociology, and art. And as a response to, as highlighted by Rodney Harrison, the growth of official nationalist heritage discourses in the second half of the 20th century. Their mission is to tell the compelling stories and preserve the tangible and intangible heritage, history, and experiences of how the historical and contemporary movements of people across the globe have and continue to profoundly shape our understanding of the world. Working with origin and host communities, migration museums tap into the social and cultural networks promoted by migration, facilitate knowledge sharing and collaboration between countries, cultures, and heritages, locally and globally, and they have the power to both influence perceptions and the value of migrants and migration, as well as to create more holistic understandings of migrants' past and present needs and experiences. By promoting dialogue between migrants, origin, host communities, they can also foster social cohesion. The Lower East Side Museum in New York was founded in 1988 to explore the uniquely American story of immigration and the rich, diverse landscape it continues to create. Located in a dilapidated tenement building that had been shuttered for more than 50 years, it is a private initiative concerned with social history, a characteristic that pushed the museum to spearhead the founding of the International Coalition on Sites of Conscience in 1999. 20 years later, in 2019, it partnered with Sites of Conscience to establish the Migration Museums Network. The following video, done at the beginning of the Trump administration, but still very relevant today, illustrates how the Tenement Museum connects migrants' voices of today with those of centuries ago, and uses these connections to encourage difficult conversations in a growingly divided America.
Welcome to 97 Orchard Street. This is our tenement. It was built in 1863 during the Civil War. This tour that I'm going to give you today is about two families who actually lived here. One who moved in at the very beginning, and a family who was kicked out when the building was condemned in 1935.
In New York City's Lower East Side, a tour group takes a step into the past.
Picture the mom and dad, 4 kids, dinner time. August, stoves on, cooking some Prussian food.
This is the Tenement Museum, devoted to telling the story of America's immigrants, using recreated apartments to bring those stories to life. Donald Trump's election has brought immigration to the fore, and the museum has noticed a change.
Definitely more mentions of Trump, mentions of refugees.
What we've found in the last, certainly, couple of months is that there's a harder edge to some of those critiques about contemporary immigration.
What's interesting is people are a bit more forthcoming with their opinions about immigration, which I think is actually a good opportunity. I have one photograph of Natalie Gump. Visitors are very quick to say, my grandparents were great, but the ones nowadays, I'm not so sure. And that's what our job is at the Tenement Museum, is to make those deep connections of the past to the present. It's a complicated story to contrast the stories of the 1860s and 1870s and 1900s to who's coming now. All right, follow me. This family came to the United States in the 1920s. They were part of a massive wave of Italians coming to the U.S. Where are their paychecks going? Back home. Can the U.S. support the largest immigrant group whose only income is going back home? These are the questions that are raised in the political minds of the 1920s.
It's not that much different than now.
When visitors are able to stand in an apartment of an immigrant mother and father and children from 100 years ago and then make those connections and nod and say, that sounds a lot like today. That's something that we do reflectively, but now they can actually say, I know why.
This museum exhibits that excellently. It shows how people lived, how families reacted, how parents react with their children and they want a better life for their children. It's the same thing.
It's important to realize that it's a constant narrative in American history.
That I will support and defend the Constitution.
Some of America's newest immigrants became citizens at this museum in a naturalization ceremony hosted by the outgoing U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Samantha Power.
As of today, America is as much your country as it is any other citizen's country.
There wasn't a dry eye in the House.
My takeaway from the naturalization ceremony was to reassure us that America continues to be a place for immigrants.
People who want to become American recognize that. They recognize that America is not Trump. America is something far greater.
And the record is we know of a family of 12.
That's why I find it such a wonderful experience, to find that we're really more alike than we're different.
So ICC, International Coalition of Sites of Conscience, works to build and foster a global memory and heritage movement that embraces human rights and justice with the ultimate goal of social transformation. I would like to break down some key principles that guide this work. Inclusive narratives that center historically silenced voices brings together a multiplicity of perspectives through cooperation and power sharing, creating a dynamic harmony of voices and experiences, implying a non-static understanding of the past and how it impacts present and future, infused with equity and diversity. Brazilian official, so I will speak about Museu da Imigração in Brazil. Brazilian official migration history centers the arrival of foreigners from colonial period onwards, beginning with the arrival of Portuguese colonizers, followed by migration waves from Europe, Middle East, and Asia from the end of the 19th century, and also contemporary migratory influxes from Latin American countries, Middle East, and Africa. Stories of discrimination, struggle, and overcoming of Italians, Spanish, Germans, Japanese, Turkish, Lebanese, Arab, Jewish, and other European, Asian, and Middle Eastern immigrants who arrived in Brazil during the so-called Great Immigration period are vividly represented at Museu da Imigração, which is our equivalent of New York's Ellis Island Immigration Museum. Museu da Imigração opened in '98, located at the building of the former immigrants' hostelry, to honor the journeys and resilience of these immigrants and highlight their central contributions to the making of São Paulo's economy, culture, heritage, and identity. Absent at Museu da Imigração were the stories of forced displacement and migration of Afro-Brazilians, Brazilian original peoples, and their descendants, directly connected to the same historical factors that led to the arrival of those represented at the museum. In transitioning out of centuries of slavery in the 19th century, Brazil incentivized the immigration from European countries to supply plantations with cheap skilled labor and respond to Brazil's whitening policy, aiming at creating a Brazilian race that moved away from Afro-Brazilian and indigenous over a few generations and emulated a white race. Museu da Imigração's immigrants' hostelry was the main arrival and welcome place for white migrants during that period, creating strong associations with whitening policies and dissociation with Afro-Brazilian and indigenous groups, which became a problem for the museum and reflecting problems in the country. Since its reopening in 2014, Museu da Imigração has interrogated these connections and silences in Brazil's official history of migration, as well as its consequences for social cohesion. In 2022, the coalition launched a project entitled Correcting the Record, aiming to develop and document collaboratively with our members a methodology that allows sites of conscience around the world to recalibrate their repositories, to amplify marginalized voices, promote more inclusive public narratives, and mitigate discrimination and exclusion. A cohort of 6 sites of conscience, including Museu da Imigração, participated in this project by revisiting their organizational practices, identifying gaps in their approaches to building and interpreting repositories in an inclusive, equitable, and holistic manner, and developing case studies to fill those gaps in collaboration with unidentified, underrepresented communities. Museu da Imigração's case study aimed to present inclusive narrative and heritage as means of symbolic reparation and to influence understandings of the history of Afro-Brazilians and indigenous people as a history of migration. Through a partnership with Quilombo São Pedro, descendants of communities of Black individuals who resisted enslavement by escaping to remote and secluded territories in Vale do Paraíba, the museum expanded their oral history collection, identifying and adapting to Quilombola practices, values, and knowledge. Museu da Imigração recognized the importance of the oral history collections gathered by the community itself and took on the responsibility to support and preserve these materials, as well as to promote their stories, heritage, and culture. This was the beginning of a healing process for the affected groups themselves, the museum staff, and for the broader communities touched by the museum. And this experience became a blueprint of collaboration and partnerships with other silenced, vulnerable communities on how to include and amplify their voices and experiences and support their struggles for reparation. So this is Quilombo de São Pedro, as shown, spoken before. I'm sorry. Self-representation places the decision on what and how stories are told on the hands of protagonists, enhancing self-agency. This video that will follow of Museum Rotterdam in the Netherlands developed during exchanges that we held during the project Migration Cities under the Committee for the Collections and Activities of Museums of City, of ICCROM, CAMOC, between 2016 and 2022, displays how the process of engaging migrant communities through self-representation in the building of an inclusive narrative for the city of Rotterdam offered new ways of collective citizenry that helped re-signify their shared identities in a vibrant, diverse European arrival city.
Hello, my name is Nicole van Dijk and I'm curator at Museum Rotterdam. Museum Rotterdam is a city museum of Rotterdam, and Rotterdam has approximately 670,000 inhabitants and the city district 1.2 million. Of these inhabitants, 176 have a different culture or ethnical background. And 50% of the people living in Rotterdam aren't born in the Netherlands, or their parents aren't born in the Netherlands. So that makes Rotterdam a very diverse city, or so to call a super diverse city. Several years ago we started to work with the Bulgarian community because we were very interested in their process of integration in Rotterdam. We set up a lunch canteen at a construction place and had lunch every day with the Bulgarian construction workers, and we learned about their lives here in Rotterdam, and we learned them about the history of Rotterdam. So this gave us a better insight in their lives, and also it brought us collection, like workwear, which is part of our collection right now, family photos. We used their input for different exhibitions our museum did the last years. One person in this Bulgarian community stood apart. He was really a center of this community, and his name is Carmen. He was a kind of person who was taking care of all kind of problems in this community. So we decided to follow Carmen more closely and worked with him in diverse projects. So we got to know him and his family very well. we asked Carmen how he wanted to show his world in Rotterdam in the museum. And he explained to us that in his mind Rotterdam is formed by the journey he always used to make between Montana, the place where he was born, in Bulgaria, and Rotterdam. He used to travel in his Volkswagen van with lots of people, his family and friends, back and forward. It's a journey which takes approximately 2 days, and in these 2 days he saw Europe changing.
2100. Dus als je rijdt van Bulgarije naar Rotterdam zie je ook hoe die mensen veranderen, zeg maar. Blijere mensen zie je. En ook hoe die landschap veranderd is, hoe de weg beter is en mooie auto's en ja.
We work with him now for several years, and this is a real important new way of working for the museum, in very close contact with new Rotterdammers. We are now in the opening exhibition of Museum Rotterdam, where the main theme is diversity and how Rotterdammers live together. In this exhibition we put 5 main figures as a statue on a plinth, as the contemporary heroes of the city today. We invited groups like refugees, caretakers, homeless, students, to talk about the topics we touched in this opening exhibition. These dialogues with these groups are organized in a very informal way. We drink coffee together and we talk about their lives in Rotterdam. And during these dialogues, we mention the 5 themes which are inspiring us in this opening exhibition. These 5 themes are the transnational city, embodied by Zeynep, a daughter from labor migrants from Turkey. Or Carmen, he stands for the arrival city. Or Marco, he stands for the innovative city and is working like an innovative 3D engineer. Or Max, he is there for the sustainable city and really works very hard to get the city more greener. Or Joyce, she's here because she embodies the caring city. We are recording these discussions through photos and text because it's important to get new input for our exhibitions, so that will change constantly. I think a more informal way of working makes a personal connection possible. People open up to the museum and the museum is opening up towards different communities. And this makes it possible to tell and collect the real stories of all Rotterdammers.
So, Museum Rotterdam's approach to co-creation shed light on the importance of researching, documenting, and collecting contemporary heritage, and opened a path to reshape harmful narratives of today. So in doing so, it offered paths to resignify narratives of the past and reshape visions of the future from the point of view of the present. Associated values of heritage are perceived differently by different groups and can be conflicting. Through inclusiveness, heritage can become a tool for the recognition and enhancement of shared understandings with a diversity of perspectives, a process that can pave the way for bridging difference, fostering new understanding of past and present, and promoting peace and a better vision of the future. When the goal is to create one truth, we will risk privileging one perspective over the other and endanger sincere and sustainable engagement of community members and others with a much-needed plurality of perspectives, leading to what Nigerian writer Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie calls the single stories, simplistic, incomplete, and often false narratives that exclude the experiences, needs, and voices of minority groups, ultimately contributing to divisive rhetoric, negative stereotypes, discrimination, hatred, and violence. Incomplete narratives are harmful to individuals, societies, and heritage itself. Misinformation is closely linked to manipulated incomplete narratives, while knowledge promoted by inclusive narratives can help audiences upskill and build resilience to manipulation. fostering critical thinking and new understandings grounded on authentic and diverse perspectives. This, in turn, can inform more effective public policies, programs, and responses that maximize the positive impacts of migration for all, while also centering migrants' rights and challenges. According to current data from IOM, World Migration Report 2022, the majority of the 281 million international migrants worldwide in 2020 migrated for work, family, and study reasons, and live in high-income countries. The report states that migration is not uniform across the world, shaped by various factors that result in distinct migration patterns called migration corridors. People are constantly moving and have always been, with recent trends showing an increase in outflows from high-income countries. Between 2000 and 2020, Asia experienced the biggest growth in inflows of international migrants, with 34 million people. Europe, 30 million, 18 million in North America, and 10 million in Africa. However, proportionally, the shares of international migrants are highest in Oceania, North America, and Europe in that order, mostly formed by migrant workers who do contribute to local economies and development. When it comes to refugees, data also shows, contrary to dominant narratives, that since 1975, most refugees and displaced people have stayed as close to their countries as possible, with nearly 70% of them staying in neighboring countries. The UNHCR Global Trends Report shows that at the end of 2022, almost 90% of 108.4 million people forcibly displaced because of persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violations, or events seriously disturbing public order, who crossed an international border, were staying in low and middle income countries, a trend confirmed by the top 10 countries with the most refugees hosted being Turkey, Iran, Colombia, Germany, Pakistan, Uganda, Russia, Sudan, Peru, and Poland. Out of this 180.4 million displaced people in the need of protection by the end of 2022, 62.5 million never crossed an international border. An issue affects all subregions of sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and the Pacific and the Americas, especially Latin America. In summary, most international migrants in high-income countries are workers and entrepreneurs who contribute to the local economies and development, while the majority of refugees and forcibly displaced people globally are staying in middle and low-income countries or have never crossed an international border, placing a much bigger strain on these countries than on high-income countries. Still, economically active migrants and those forcibly displaced living in high-income countries are often conflated in international and social media representations, with much more emphasis being placed on the perceived threats they represent than the economic, technical, knowledge, and cultural contributions they bring. Similarly, the staggering 34 million new international migrants received by Asia between 2000 and 2020 are rarely mentioned. These biases create distorted perceptions of both positive and negative impacts of migration and forced displacement globally, leading to xenophobia and ever more restrictive migration policies against those coming from low and middle income countries. And as a result, the most vulnerable moving from these countries are pushed to risk their lives on perilous migration routes, becoming open to violence, abuse, and discrimination. In contrast, stories of forced displacement within high-income countries generate great movements of solidarity. By the end of 2022, 5.7 million had fled Ukraine, many receiving protections granted by European Union member states and several other countries. While this was very heartwarming, this difference in treatment given to displaced people from different races, religions, and origins exposes the discriminatory nature of certain countries' approach to migration, reinforcing processes of othering historically used to legitimize racism, injustices, and inequalities. It is imperative that museum and heritage professionals become independent voices on migration, fostering critical thinking that does not feed into narrative imbalances, but flips harmful distorted portrayals with alternative views informed by the lens of marginalized communities themselves. As trends show that migration and forced displacement will continue to grow, we must commit to building inclusive narratives that will help foster new and more nuanced understandings of migration globally. Looking into difficult migration histories, Maison d'Esclaves in Gorée Island, Senegal, established in 1962, is one of the founding members of the International Coalition of Sites of Conscience, and it tells personal stories of a private home and the role of its owners in both local business and enslavement. As a key site capturing the magnitude and brutality of the transatlantic slave trade, Maison d'Esclaves was struggling to meet the needs of its growing visitorship, while its visitors' experience does not incorporate the latest research and very nuanced understandings of the history of the house and the island. In March 2015, a multi-party team, including the Senegalese government, academics, community members, and Sites of Conscience, collaborated with Maison d'Esclaves to expand the museum and its exhibitions into a regional and global center for excellence on freedom, migration, and slavery topics, and a dynamic site for learning and dialogue. A multi-perspective approach, together with Sites of Conscience dialogue methodology, have helped interpret the difficult and emotionally charged nature of the heritage site, and to build the capacity of local tour guides to connect scholarship, content, and visitors' personal experiences, fostering new understandings of how the past is impacted in the present, impacts the present and therefore the future. In the Gambia, community participation is crucial for the National Center of Arts and Culture management of heritage. Over the past 3 decades, some World Heritage Sites in the North Bank villages of Djoufure Albreda had suffered human resource setbacks from youth emigration, with a toll on service delivery on the part of the community. In 2019, Sites of Conscience provided a grant to NCAC to develop a training of trainers specifically designed to upskill the capacity of local community guides at Kunta Kinte Island and related sites, UNESCO World Heritage Site, and to help curb immigration. The training was developed in cooperation with the community and focused on heritage interpretation approaches that increased understanding of historical and social-cultural contexts, as well as on management techniques for negative impacts of tourism, such as littering, through recycling projects. This resulted in a youth-led training program and income being generated through both guiding and recycling. The village head, district chief, and imam were all involved in the dialogue sessions and were able to hear first-hand accounts of the lack of hope of youth and women in the community, becoming more aware of the root causes of immigration. And this inclusive approach provided community with livelihood and a voice, promoted heritage protection through a sense of ownership and shared responsibility, and improved interpretive and management practices. Participants reported that the program brought hope and income, helping them abandon the idea to emigrate. This project became a blueprint for the National Center for Arts and Culture, who has thereafter received further funding to expand the project. Migration museums work in the intersection between migration and human rights, and as such, are well positioned to influence public opinion and public policies, as said before. As of a result of its inclusive approaches since 2014, Museu da Imigração in Brazil has sought to influence the development of holistic and inclusive migration policies in Brazil. And according to legislation written during the country's dictatorial regime, migrants were seen as a threat to the national security. Collaborating with organized groups fighting for migrants' rights, the museum developed an exhibition and articles that connect past to present migration and were used to both influence the museum's audience as well as those drafting new migration policies towards decriminalizing migration, supporting a human rights-based, non-discriminatory approach. In Australia, the Immigration Museum in Melbourne, which opened in 1998, housed within the former administrative hub of immigration and trade, a site of great historical complexity, and serves as a platform to delve deep into the histories, narratives, and contemporary challenges of Victoria's diverse communities. The museum connects migration, identity, citizenship, and community from various temporalities and vantage points anchored on communities and creative professionals to forge impactful opportunities for social engagement, empathy, and debate. In the wake of COVID lockdowns, the Melbourne CBD found itself diminished economically, socially, and creatively. The municipality, local business, arts community, and social enterprises began initiatives to reinvigorate the city. With the vision of people connected through our shared humanity and embracing diversity for a just future, the Immigration Museum activated connections with local diaspora and migrant communities to incubate a new arts and business precinct initiative called Neighborhood Circle, aiming to transform the empty space of the CBD by centering its multicultural community as a driver of change. Neighborhood Circle brings together several private and public initiatives within 4 blocks, presenting an opportunity to create an environmentally sustainable, fair, and equitable, vibrant CBD. At the center of the precinct, it's its significant tangible and intangible heritage, which drives placemaking, drawing on hyperlocal multicultural experiences and creative production to improve spaces, boost tolerance, and generate a resilient local economy that foster urban and social transformation. To conclude, culture and heritage are not static. Migration museums and heritage professionals must fully embrace the fluid and multidimensional nature of heritage in ways that value personal and social truths and amplify the value of memory and intangible heritage as springboards to re-signify the past and present and lay foundations for the future. This connection, past, present, and future, is fluid and bidirectional. Given the very human nature of migration and of the challenges it poses for societies, museums and heritage initiatives must become sources of inspiration and leading voices in countering discrimination, racism, xenophobia, while supporting migrants' rights and constructive policymaking. Our heritage is a common asset, which requires significant funds for its management, preservation, communication, and research. As such, we have a moral obligation to ensure it serves the creation of peaceful, healthy societies where all can thrive. Heritage is ultimately about social transformation and equity. Stories concerning the circulation of people, knowledge, practices, and ideas are still told from the perspective of those with economic power. Heritage must not be used to feed into narrative imbalances that cause divisions and violence. Heritage should support nuanced portrayals and alternative views of history informed by the lens of multiple communities. An equitable picture of migration that is supported by inclusive heritage may start fostering a global solidarity and shared responsibility that is essential for the international community to alleviate the burdens of migration on host nations, empower migrants and those displaced to become self-sufficient and thrive, increase opportunities for resettlement in third countries when needed, and improve circumstances in countries of origin to facilitate safe and dignified voluntary returns. Global networks and organizations have tremendous value, and they allow ground-up local perspectives to shape global shared narratives. ICSC and the Migration Museums Network are committed to inclusive narratives and heritage that foster social impact. These are achievements attained incrementally by working from the ground up, from little to bigger, like in a human garden where from little things, big things can grow. And I strongly encourage ICCROM to harness its power as a global organization to center heritage and fostering social change from the ground up, an approach that can ultimately aid all heritage preservation and conservation efforts. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Gégé, for this wonderful presentation, Gégé Lemaire Joseph, on both the Migration Museum Network, but also on the International Conscience, Sites of Conscience. So it's the Museum of Liberation in Rome, which belongs to this network, Sites of Conscience. I just wonder if there are any questions from the participants in the hall. I understand it's not that easy. Isabelle? Thank you so much. It's not really a question, but rather a comment. Allow me just to add that these thematic discussions or sessions which have been introduced at the General Assembly since 2015 are of great importance: climate change, reconstructing the heritage after conflicts, restoring heritage, and this year we added the theme of migrations. Allow us to deflect and to discuss about topical themes, and they're of great importance and interest. Thank you very much.
Presentation. After all, heritage is about people. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much. I would just wonder, is there any other request? Now, if we want to actually have an exchange of views, we would like to open up the discussion with the floor, maybe around these thematic, these themes. I would like to start. I would like to ask Gégé Lemay-Joseph to open up the discussion. I just wonder, I'm going to do it in English.
Has been that heritage supports the understanding of the past to build better future. What role does it play in the present for you?
I understand that heritage is about the present, because we talk a lot about heritage. We look back to then create better futures. But we can only create better futures from the perspective of the present. So the ability to go back and understand, re-signify, revisit what happened in the past from different perspectives with different participations allows us to understand what's happening in the present. And because we live in the present. And by learning from these lessons of the past, we can start to take measures to reshape the present. And from these goals that we establish in the present, then we can start projecting better futures. So that's why, for me, I think it's a continuum, but also there are different points of entry. The Museum of Rotterdam project was a very interesting example for me as how the present is an entry point. So contemporary stories, what's happening now, also allow them not only to build a new narrative for today, but from this perspective, maybe understand that the past that had been represented was not static, that it had elements of what was being captured in today. And you can understand the present, and you start understanding the continuum between past and present. We know that unresolved issues of the past manifest in the present. Heritage gives us that opportunity to work through these issues, to unpack these issues, and this is very much how the work of Sites of Conscience is focused. It's for the opportunity to learn from the past, to look into the past, to help unpack today. Sometimes situations are so charged in the present, we cannot talk about them in the present situation. It's too polarized. But there are situations in the past that we can go back to and we can unpack that relate to what's happening in the present, and that can start helping us untangle what's happening in the present, and then from this perspective, project the future. We don't live the future, we live the present. And the goals we establish for the future, they can also change based on what we live in the present. So for me, the ability, the biggest value of heritage is this ability to understand the present, to shape the present, and then from this reshaped present, then have a springboard that helps us move on to the future.
There is many discussions about the role of heritage for well-being. From the perspective of what you brought today, where does well-being fit for you?
Yeah, I think there is usually a confusion between when we say well-being, people think of wellness. I think well-being in the context of heritage is a much broader sense. If we look at heritage itself, the African concept of Ubuntu, for example, I am because you are, it means that we there is no individual well-being without collective well-being. We are all connected. The moment that I dehumanize another human being, I dehumanize myself, I dehumanize my community. We're all interconnected. There cannot be collective well-being without individual well-being as well. So when we look from this perspective, then it touches themes and concepts that I mentioned here, which are equity, peace building, justice, diversity, tolerance. These are all part of well-being and healthy societies that allow societies to thrive equitably. And Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first of all, I would like to echo Portugal's intervention and thanking the Council and ICCROM for organizing this thematic session, and thanking also you for your very interesting presentation. I want to make a point, and you mentioned it in your presentation, that migration is not always only positive, or to say it in other words, it may cause difficulties for the ones that move and for the other ones that receive the movers, somehow to speak. And I think it's important to address this issue in a very open and transparent way, and if this can happen through heritage and culture in general, then I believe we are on a positive track to tackle those, let's say, problems. Because if we do not and leave the problems to a certain political side, then we are driving towards xenophobia and other issues. And therefore, I think the open debate also on the difficult issues and the problematic questions and you called it the multidimensional things, the shades of gray somehow, is the most important. And I really believe that culture and heritage in particular are very good ways to talk about these issues with openness and understanding on both sides. Thank you.
Wait, sorry, too many cables. Thank you for that comment. Absolutely, and I think the difficulty lies in the difficult conversations. It's easy to talk about everything that works. It's very hard to find ways on how do we tackle these difficult conversations. So a few things come to mind. First, there's the aspect, so for example, heritage allows us to tap somehow into our shared humanity. There's one example I remember in 2017 in one of our Migration Cities meetings. We had an example of a museum in Thracia in Greece that were dealing with the height of the crisis of refugees and lots of refugee camps being established at that point. And they were really trying to contribute to the well-being of both the arrival community and these new arrivals. And it was very hard. There was a lot of polarization. So they did a few experiments. For example, they invited these representatives, opened the museum, like it was open doors, for cooking. So they invited everybody to bring an ingredient and cook together at the museum, your food from your heritage. But the process was to cook together, and while they cooked, they had conversations. And this meeting a point of where your shared humanity is, like, it created a safe space for people to be able to then, obviously, in a very, you have to be responsible, and I don't like the word controlled, but you have to be very responsible in how you tackle the conversations that can arise in such points, in such situations. But creating safe spaces and spaces of trust is the first thing that we must do, and heritage allows us, it gives us so many opportunities for that by tapping into this shared heritage, shared humanity. Then in Sites of Conscience, we have a methodology, we call it the Arc of Dialogue, a dialogue methodology, and we borrow from South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission the 4 truths. So we build a dialogue within a group where you start by stating the forensic truth, so facts, it's fact, period. Then the individual truth, and how we talk to each other about our individual truth, then how do we move that to understand then what is the social truth or community's truth? And then from that, can we reach a reparative truth, which is a space where we can all can agree to disagree, we can agree that it's painful for everybody, but we can agree to move forward together and find better solutions. So this methodology is very helpful, and it's very important in the context of heritage, because we do heavily rely on various aspects of heritage to carry on this dialogue. But they need to be obviously facilitated by people with experience and all, but these are opportunities, and this is the work. I mean, it's easy for us to say everything that worked, but we know that there's a lot that's not working. And the beauty of heritage is what I said earlier, is that it allows you to talk about related contexts, which are not the present context, but that you start unpacking the present by looking into the past, and then define how you move forward onto the future. Thank you.
Tout à fait on n'est pas loin du sujet, mais...
Indeed. This is not completely related, but libraries in France often welcome migrants because libraries are warm and dry, so just to stay warm. And it is true that in terms of practical help, we can certainly help these people and welcome them, even though they are not actually people looking to use libraries, but this too will allow us to ensure that these people can trust us. Are there any questions?
For Gégé Lemay-Joseph, India.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. These museums, are these co-curated by the migrant community? How much is the involvement of the community in the curation part?
Some of them are. Not all of them are evenly set up. And co-creation and co-curation is a very important aspect of the work that we do at Sites of Conscience, and with our members, we believe that there's a path to becoming a site of conscience, and that all the members can be in a different point in that path, but when one of the very important aspects of this path is sharing power in decision-making. So we have museums, one that is very interesting for me as an example is the Partition Museum in Amritsar. It's one of the most, for me it gives me goosebumps to think about how that museum was created by a joint decision from both communities, from Pakistan and Indian communities, how they wanted to discuss that history and then decide that it was enough silence, and then how do we represent, what do we want to do? And that is a complete ground-up initiative that then became an important initiative for the city, and I think expanded now also to Delhi and etc. So in summary, no, not all museums, and depending, especially the ones that are older, for example, or well-established, like national museums, for them is a very big shift in professional practice. And they've been working, Museu da Imigração, this example that I gave you is a very significant one because it is the case, it's not a national, but it's a provincial museum. It has the quality of a national museum and in the importance of one. And they really committed to adopting co-creative practices to change from the inside out, with a lot of resistance from management, from the board. But this is a decision also that came from staff, which is interesting because it came from the ground up inside the organization itself. So this is a process, and I think no one expects all museums in the world to be completely co-creative and sharing power. But ultimately, this is what will lead to a much richer outcome, a much richer experience of heritage for those who engage with the museums and for those who are in the museum and the communities that they serve.
Thanks for your attention and intervention.
Thank you.
Merci.
Merci. Thank you.
So I thank Ms. Joseph for this extremely important, difficult, but also inspiring discussion about things that touches on the heart of ICCROM and heritage and identity. So with this, we have now concluded our morning session, and we will resume, and I will say this clearly, we will resume our session at 3 p.m. sharp. So, see you soon. It's time to take your seats. Dear delegates, welcome back. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. And before we start, just a short clarifications. After this day's work, here there will be a reception. Yeah, please. So, a short clarification. When we have done this day's hard work, you're all invited up to the reception afterwards. I think there was perhaps some misunderstandings, but everybody here is welcome up to the reception afterwards, and you will be shown up there. I will say that again later. It seems that we do have quorum of majority of the member required by Rule 41 of the Rules of Procedure, so I therefore suggest that we pass to examine item 7 on our agenda, the adoption of the records of the 32nd session of the General Assembly that took place online. You all have this in advance. So if there are no objections, I suggest we proceed to adopt the records. I don't see any objections, so the records are hereby adopted. Let's proceed without delay to the next item. We are now moving to item 8 of the agenda, the report of the Credentials Committee. You may remember that we elected the members of the Credentials Committee earlier today. The committee began its work immediately by electing Patricia Schell from Canada as its chairperson, who is here to deliver the report of the Credentials Committee. Mrs. Schell, I now invite you to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Donc, je commence en français.
I will start in French. The committee was established on the 23rd of November 2023, and the committee has unanimously chosen me as a president. With respect to Article 23.2, the committee has examined the powers of the delegations and the delegates of its member states As per Article 16.2, the names of the experts and of the members of the delegations of the member states were included. As per Article 17, the names of the observers were also included. The power of the 89 member states respected Article 6 of the previous regulation of the General Assembly and were declared valid. 50 member states presented their power through an annex received by post. Such members indicated that the original document will be delivered shortly. The committee noted that 6 member states are late in paying their contributions. Consequently, the application of Article 9 and of its provisions will be examined by the General Assembly as per the relative item in the agenda. Such members suspended have submitted their letter with the idea of assisting and participating in the General Assembly.
Megdolna Puha from Hungary, Nanette de Jong from the Netherlands, Ivana Skocic from Serbia, and Deandra Shorts from the United States of America. Having examined the status of credentials of 96 delegations of member states and 29 communications from observers, and being mindful of the rules and regulations governing the submission of credentials, declares that the credentials of 89 member states in annex of this decision complied with the requirements of Rule 16 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly and are declared valid. Takes note that 15 member states, these include Austria, Bahrain, Belgium, Bolivia, Ecuador, Egypt, Haiti, Kuwait, Mexico, Peru, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Venezuela, and Zimbabwe, have submitted their credentials as scanned email attachments, and that these 15 member states have indicated that the original of their letters of credentials will be arriving shortly, and therefore recommends to the General Assembly that they may be exceptionally allowed to vote in accordance with Rule 16 and 48.1 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, as the Credentials Committee understands that the original copies will be forthcoming. So those 15 are part of the 89 that the committee recommends be accepted. Also takes note that 6 member states, Bolivia, Lebanon, Mozambique, Senegal, Sudan, and Yemen, are in arrears with their contribution, and that therefore the application of Article 9 and its provisions will be examined by the General Assembly under the appropriate agenda item. And finally, also takes note that 1 member state, Venezuela, has presented its letter of credentials to attend the General Assembly, but following the decision of the 2019 General Assembly, Venezuela was suspended under Article 9C, and that suspension is still in force. This is the report of the committee, Mr. Chair, and the result is that there would be 88 voting members present, pending the decision about arrears.
Thank you for this report. I take the opportunity to thank all the members of the committee for their work. After having heard the report, I now request the Secretariat to display the draft decision on the screen. As I open the floor for interventions, I wish to remind you, and this is important, that this is not the moment to discuss the issue of arrears of assessed contributions or statutory sanctions foreseen by Article 9 of the statutes, as this will be the subject of our next item on the agenda. So I thank you for limiting your interventions, should there be any, to the issue of credentials. So, Are there any interventions on the issue of credentials? I see no requests from the floor, so we can therefore move on to the vote. Where do we have this? Okay, are there any objections? No, then we adopt it. So, dear colleagues, as I mentioned under the previous item, we are now going to be examining the report of assessed contributions in arrears, an application of Article 9 of the statutes. Before moving into this specific report, I would like to remind delegates that Article 9 of the statutes of ICCROM provides for 3 levels of sanctions for member states who are in arrears for their regular contribution to ICCROM. The first level, found in paragraph A, states, a member state shall lose its right to vote in the General Assembly and its right to propose candidates for membership of the Council when the total amount of its contributions to ICCROM have fallen due and that have not been paid, irrespective of the calendar year or years to which the contributions relate, if it exceeds the amount of the contributions payable by that member state for the current calendar year and the immediately preceding calendar year. The second level, found in paragraph B, states, a member state that has omitted to pay its contributions that have fallen due during 4 consecutive calendar years shall also cease to be entitled to receive any services from ICCROM. And the third level, found in paragraph C, the membership of a member state that has omitted to pay its contributions that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years shall be suspended by the General Assembly. So, we will now go through each of these 3 levels to take note of which member states fall within each one. Before I do, I would like to remind the General Assembly of some additional wording within the article, which states that the General Assembly may nevertheless permit a member to exercise the aforementioned rights, including the rights to receive services from ICCROM, or decide not to suspend its membership if it is satisfied that failure to pay is due to special circumstances beyond the member state's control and a payment plan has been submitted, that is both. In those cases where the General Assembly determines that failure to pay the regular contribution is due to special circumstances, sanctions can be waived if a payment plan has been submitted. With this in mind, I will now give the floor to Mr. Morricone, the Administration Manager, to present to the General Assembly the current situation and begin with the consideration of Article 9A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, distinguished delegates. Slide. The General Assembly considered that the total amount of the contribution to ICCROM that have fallen due and that have not been paid by the member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, Sudan, and Zambia exceed the amount of their contribution payable for the current calendar year and the immediately preceding calendar years, take note that the member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, Sudan, and Zambia have lost their right to vote in the General Assembly and their right to propose candidates for membership of the Council. Dear Mr. President and distinguished delegates of this General Assembly, I would like to bring to your attention that this morning Sudan has sent a bank transfer of euro 500 to ICCROM as partial payment of its arrear. They sent me the copy of the bank transfer done this morning as well. At the moment, the money have not yet reached our bank account. According to our rules, I have presented these slides without delete the Sudan for the consideration and instruction of the General Assembly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Morricone. Are there any interventions from the floor on the basis of this list? No? Okay, unless there is a delegation that wants to speak up for Sudan, we will go through with this decision. Okay, as there are no comments, I ask the General Assembly to adopt the following decision. The General Assembly, considering that the total amount of the contributions to ICCROM have fallen due and that have not been paid by the member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, Sudan, and Zambia, exceeds the amount of the contributions payable for the current calendar year and the immediately preceding calendar year. Takes note that the member states of Afghanistan, Bolivia, Chad, Malawi, Mali, Nigeria, Pakistan, Paraguay, Senegal, Sudan, and Zambia have lost their rights to vote in the General Assembly and their right to propose candidates for membership of the Council. I suggest we now move on to the vote, and we are now beginning the voting process. So now you're going to vote. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that is you are in favor of adopting the decision. Please keep your cards up for a while. They're still counting. Yeah, so now we have the numbers, and now I ask all those voting no, that is against the adoption of the decision, to raise their voting card. So you can take your cards down. And finally, I ask those who abstaining to raise their voting card. No. One abstention. Please keep your cards up, please, for voting. By a vote of 40 yes, 1 no, and 4 abstentions, I now declare the decisions adopted. Quite. Okay, Maurizio, 9B.
Thank you, Mr. President. These are the list of the countries under the Article 9, subcomma B. The General Assembly considered that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lebanon, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arab Republic have omitted to pay their contribution that have fallen due during 4 consecutive calendar years. Take note that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lebanon, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arab Republic have lost their right to vote in the General Assembly and the right to propose candidates for membership of the Council, and shall cease to be entitled to receive any services from ICCROM.
Thank you, Mr. Morricone. Are there any interventions from the floor on the basis of this list? As there are no comments, I ask the General Assembly to adopt the following decision. There was one? Sorry. On the... Sorry, excuse us.
Okay, no. Merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Chairperson, and also thank you to the President of the Commission. I believe that losing the right as voter and of eligibility makes me understand that I can no longer attend. So considering the latter, maybe this country could settle its situation, but you cannot deprive them of the committee's assistance. So maybe they can be accompanied. They could be motivated. The reason it could be motivated, it could be simply temporary. So I believe that we should not exclude them in an automatic way from our organization. And this is a proposal to you and to the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Is he referring to one member state in particular or not? I don't. I'm not sure. She should be on Sudan tomorrow. Answer Burkina Faso first. Burkina Faso. It's Burkina, right? Yeah. And what do they say? Just ask him if he's referring to one member state or to all member states.
Yeah. Can I ask you from Burkina Faso, are you talking about all the member states or addressing one specific member state?
Well, I'm referring to all the countries you have mentioned, particularly the countries who have their arrears. Most of these countries are unstable. So it's not one country, but all of them.
Thank you. I give the floor to Lebanon.
Bonjour.
Hello. The Department of Culture has already appropriated in the budget to settle, but since 2019 there is a law according to which banks cannot have foreign transactions, so in third countries or abroad.
Thank you for that comment. We take it to note here. I give the floor to Sudan if you still want to.
Yes, thank you. I would like to, I'm sorry because I came a little bit late, apparently. Good evening, everyone. But I would like to refer you back, if possible, to item number 9. First of all, in my timetable, it says that it's going to be discussed at 3:25, but apparently it was discussed way before that. Unfortunately, Sudan was not available in the room when you have voted on this, and because we had to cover another meeting at the WFB. And it was discussed way before 3:25. So if you can kindly consider going back to that item of the agenda, because as Mr. Morricone has maybe mentioned, Sudan already paid this morning some of the arrears that should, make him eligible to be out of the list at least. And it's just a matter of money transfer issues that maybe tomorrow morning the money will be at the payment will be at the ICCROM's account. So I would really appreciate it if the Assembly can re-vote on that item. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment from Sudan. We will put this item at the side right now because we have to follow the 9B first. So we'll come back to your questions. Any other interventions for item 9B? No. So I note that no other delegations wish to take the floor. I note that the following member states have requested for sanctions to be waived from Article 9b. We will proceed to vote for this member state. In regard to Lebanon, the General Assembly will need to take a vote to waive the foreseen sanctions. The draft decision reads like this. The General Assembly, taking note of the intervention of the delegate of Lebanon and recognizing the existence of special circumstances beyond the member state's control, and that the payment plan has been promised, the General Assembly decides to waive the application of Article 9b of the statutes for Lebanon, for which Lebanon has omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 4 consecutive calendar years. We are now beginning the voting process. I'll ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that you are in favor of waiving sanctions for Lebanon. So if you are in favor of waiving sanctions for Lebanon, raise your voting card. And keep it up, please, because we need to count. So I now ask all those voting no, that it is against waiving the sanctions for Lebanon, to raise their voting card. And keep it up. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting cards. Please keep it up for a while. So, by a vote of 43 yes, 0 no, 11 abstentions. I now declare the motion passed. So, having concluded discussions for those member states seeking a waiver of sanctions under Article 9b, we are now moved to adopt a decision for those that we have not discussed. I ask the General Assembly to adopt the following decision. The General Assembly, considering that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arabic Republic have omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 4 consecutive calendar years, takes note that the member states of Ethiopia, Iran, Lesotho, Mozambique, and the Syrian Arab Republic have lost their rights to vote in the General Assembly and their right to propose candidates for membership of the Council, and shall cease to be entitled to receive any services from ICCROM. We are now beginning the voting process again, so it's time. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that is, you are in favor of adopting the resolution. So, okay, thank you. I will now ask those voting no, that is against adoption of the resolution, to raise their voting card. Okay, thank you. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting card. So, by a vote of 22 yes, 3 no, and 31 abstentions, I now declare the decision adopted. We move to Article 9C. Mr. Morricone.
Thank you, Mr. President. The General Assembly, considering that the member states of Honduras and Yemen have omitted to pay their contribution that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years, decide that the member states of Honduras and Yemen shall be suspended by ICCROM.
Thank you, Mr. Morricone. Are there any interventions from the floor on the basis of this? Yes, we have. Give the floor to India.
First of all, greetings from India to all.
the microphone.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah. So greetings from India. And Mr. President, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to make an intervention now. As we were discussing this agenda, something has been churning in my mind with regard to the fact that the inability of the government to pay the membership fee, while it is part of the rules, should not become a liability on the communities to access the services of ICCROM, because probably from the list that I see, I feel that these communities might just be those communities who might deserve the services of ICCROM more than the others. So while I'm in agreement with the fact and the statute that we may deprive the member countries who've not paid the voting rights and the right to send members to the council, but I think the latter part with regard to access to services of ICCROM is something that we must deliberate upon, because when we had the thematic discussion in the morning, we were talking of countries which were ridden by conflict and crises. And I'm not very sure that taking away the access of ICCROM's services to these member countries who've, for some reasons, technical, inadvertent, maybe unintentional, should not deprive the citizens and the people at large from access to the ICCROM services. We might want the House to look at this and also request ICCROM to maybe consider the latter part of the statute for greater, larger scope of discussions. Thank you very much.
Very much for that comment. Any more comments from the floor? I give the word to France.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to somehow align myself to what the colleague from India and also the previous speakers, that is, the list of countries who are running late with their contributions concern a number of countries undergoing difficult crises, difficult and delicate situations, and so depriving them and withdrawing the ICCROM support is not the best way of sorting out their situation. Although, on the other hand, I understand that we have to comply with rules, and inevitably we are called to pay our contributions. But I believe that also in the examples mentioned, the situation for these countries is difficult. But I don't think this would justify not allowing them to enjoy the support of our organization. Thank you.
To the Dominican Republic.
Thank you. Dominican Republic wants to, aprovecho.
I'd like to take the opportunity of having a translation in my language to underline the fact that also the Dominican Republic, I simply want to underline and stress that I agree with what France and India have just stated. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Federation of Russia.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would like to support the statements of India, of France, and the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. I give the word to Spain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We also, as a Spanish delegation, we underscore the previous speakers, that is, to take into account the special situation of these countries, which should be preliminarily analyzed by the Assembly and taken into account. Thank you.
Portugal, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I join the previous speakers, that is, withdrawing our full support of ICCROM, particularly from a technical point of view in terms of technical support. I believe that these kind of situations should be probably tackled from an administrative point of view, and depriving these countries who are undergoing a difficult moment or a situation. And I support what has been said by my previous speakers. Thank you.
Qatar, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We too would like to add our support to the request of India, France, and the other countries who have taken the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, and we warmly support previous colleagues like India, so thank you for your job.
Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I believe if we have to give an expression of support, that is not depriving the countries of the ICCROM support, but it is also true, on the other hand, that our statutes speak fairly clearly. So maybe we can ask the legal advisor how and in which way could we maybe analyze the situation on an individual case in order to meet the needs of those who have taken the floor earlier, but at the same time complying with the ICCROM statutes under Rule number 9. Thank you.
We have a comment from the legal advisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is not the first time that we have this issue. This is always normal. I understand your support to these countries. However, the statutes are very, very, very clear. They say that each of these countries should have sent something explaining why they couldn't pay, and also a plan of payment. Now, no one of these countries have done so, especially no one sent a plan of repayment. And therefore, I would say that either you amend the statutes of ICCROM or nothing can be done for these countries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Floor to South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. And South Africa also wanted to support the express reservation based also on the fact that there is, in the last category, the suspension potential of the article in respect of services that would be provided by ICCROM. And in this case, these countries that are having instabilities, and possibly that is the reason why it is proposed that we relax the statute and probably then give a firm indication as the Assembly that within a period of 3 months, or at least whatever the limited period it could be, they should submit a payment plan. And if not, then the article would be enforced. Thank you. But we support the proposal as was articulated by India.
I give the word to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Just supporting our colleagues from India, and we think this is the case where we think and we confirm that ICCROM is not a political organization, so people who will benefit are citizens, children, men and women, communities who will benefit from the great programs from ICCROM and the member states. So I don't see any problem of for adopting the resolution, and I'm supporting our colleagues from India, because at the end of the day, this is ICCROM for all, for communities, not for governments.
I give the floor to Jemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the Article 9, item C, I would like just to indicate that Yemen is still suffering from a protracted crisis, so the reasons for inability to pay still exist. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
See if we have any more.
Okay, merci bien, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to now relaunch. What is actually disrupting to me is that all of this should have been done prior to the vote. Now the vote is done. What should we do? Is it appropriate to open up the debate? Because I believe that these documents are have been drafted by man and by members. So probably they are also being drafted with the aim of managing situations with in the proper moment and term. So I understand that one should consider the situation of those countries which are in suffering from a crisis or other, and so who deserve the support of ICCROM. And of course, these are not due to are due to political reasons, and so they would deserve our support. Thank you.
Thank you. Floor to Joking.
Thank you from the Secretariat. Sorry, so we've now, actually, just to clarify, so we've now had a proposal from Yemen specifically to ask for the waiving of the sanctions for Yemen. So we can move to that. If there's a proposal for other member states, I mean there are two member states under this particular 9C, and that's Yemen and Honduras. So we can move to Yemen because now Yemen has taken the floor and given a reason, let's say. So if that's I think we can go ahead, we can do that, and then we can maybe go back and decide what we're going to do with the remaining state, if that's agreeable to you, Mr. Chair.
Any more comments on this now? Otherwise, we'll come back to other issues, but we will have to go to the vote for.
Start with Yemen first, and then
yeah. So, I note that the following member states have requested for sanctions to be waived for Article 9C, and that's Yemen. We will proceed to vote. In regard to Yemen, the General Assembly will need to take a vote to waive the foreseen sanctions. The draft decision reads like this. The General Assembly, taking note of the intervention of the delegate of Yemen and recognizing the existence of special circumstances beyond the member states' control, and that the payment plan has been promised, The General Assembly decides to waive the application of Article 9c of the statutes for Yemen, for which the member state has omitted to pay the contributions that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years. We are now beginning the voting process for Yemen. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes. That is in favor of waiving the sanctions for Yemen. Thank you. I now ask all those voting no, that is against waiving the sanctions for Yemen, to raise their voting card. Thank you. And I finally ask those abstaining to raise their voting card. By a vote of 56 yes, 0 no, and 3 abstentions, I now declare the motion passed. Having concluded discussions for those member states seeking a waiver of sanctions under Article 9c, we can now move to adopt a decision for those that have not discussed. I ask the General Assembly to adopt the following decision. The General Assembly, considering that the member states of Honduras have omitted to pay their contributions that have fallen due during 6 consecutive calendar years, decides that the member states of Honduras shall be suspended by ICCROM. I ask you to raise your voting card if you vote yes, that is in favor of adopting the resolution. Thank you. I now ask all those voting no, that is against adopting the resolution, to raise their voting card. Okay. Thank you. And finally, I ask all those abstaining to raise their voting card. By a vote of 5 yes, 0 no, and 53 abstentions, I declare the the decision adopted. So, yes, I hope you have some understanding for a few moments. Ecuador, give the floor to you.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everybody.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I believe that this requires a legal clarification, because how can we adopt a resolution with 5 votes in favor when the majority are abstentions? That never happens in an international body. Thank you.
Simple majority is by those voting yes or no. We'll come back. So I give the floor to our legal advisor.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the rules of procedure of the General Assembly, it's a rule 51, meaning of the term present and voting. For the purpose of these rules, references to member states present and voting shall mean member states casting an affirmative or negative vote. Member states that have abstained or cast a defective ballot shall be considered as not having voted. So the majority is yes.
Okay, so Sudan has asked us to reconsider the proposal, and I will read from the statutes and in the rules of procedure. So it says, when a proposal has been adopted or rejected, it may not be reconsidered at the same session unless the General Assembly so decides by a 2/3 majority of the member states present and voting. So that means if we want to reconsider this proposal, we have to vote on the reconsideration first and then open it up. And we need 2/3 majority of the member states present and voting. That is not abstaining. So, Is there anybody who wants to intervene before we go to a vote? Sudan, do you want to say something more? Switzerland first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And having just a little bilateral discussion with Sudan to my left, we could also propose to adjourn this item to tomorrow morning, because then we will know for sure that the funds have been arriving on the accounts of ICCROM, and for that case then there is no reason anymore to put sanctions to Sudan, and then we can have the reopening of the decision and reconsider the sanctions of Sudan and waive the sanctions in that case, just for the consideration of the General Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? United Kingdom?
Thank you, Mr. President. As the voting has illustrated, it seems that the General Assembly perhaps feels that the sanctions as stipulated in the statutes, perhaps they're no longer fit for purpose, or at least need to be revised or reviewed. Conscious that the statutes and the rules of procedure are being considered tomorrow. But I would suggest that perhaps, based on what our distinguished colleague from India suggested, that actually penalizing the people who very well may need ICCROM and its services and experience the most might not be the best way in today's world for us to approach the sanctions for non-payment. So I would support the idea of adjourning this debate, and perhaps until the entire point, until after there's been a discussion around the statutes. Thank you.
There were some. Philippines.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to everyone. With regard to the motion on Sudan, perhaps we can already vote on a possible waiver for Sudan in the same manner that we did so for Yemen and for Lebanon, so that we don't have to forgo the decision anymore. And on the matter of this sentiment on revisiting the rules, may I propose that that be discussed as a proposal to amend the rules rather than to revisit the votes that we have already made. Thank you.
Give the floor to Qatar, I think.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that it is important to support Switzerland's proposal to postpone the vote to tomorrow to see more clearly fund transfers that have to be made. Thank you.
And the word goes to India.
Mr. President, I just have one very small observation that in the interest of fairness and equal applicability of the same rule to all people, there are member states here who are present here to defend their position and to make a statement, while there are others who belong to the same list who are not here to defend themselves. So a situation is arising, in my understanding, where people who are present today and have put in their representations are being considered for waiver of the sanctions, but people who are unfortunately, for whatever reasons, not present here do not get the same kind of equal opportunity. So my suggestion is if we could look at an amendment to the rules, maybe a small committee can be formed that can look into whether based on the merit of the case, but then it will be fair and equal to everybody, because otherwise we will be doing something which will not be equally, the rule will not be equally applicable to everybody. So in the interest of the fact that the rules also need to change with changing times and circumstances, so I would suggest if a committee can be formed to look at amendment in the rule on a case-by-case basis, because then that will, I think, be in the interest of fairness to everybody.
Thank you.
Sure. Just to, all right. So just if you if you don't mind, just to clear, Portugal wanted to take the floor maybe before.
Okay. We give the floor to Portugal first.
Thank you. I would like to support the proposition by India that we amend, we see on the amendments and not go case by case, because it's not fair play. Thank you.
Thank you. The word to Joe King.
Okay, thank you. So just to clarify the situation, not from a, I mean, this, again, this is not my opinion, but just in terms of the way the statutes actually work, the amendments to statutes have to be submitted by either the council or by a member state, and they have to be submitted to the Secretariat. It's 6 months, is it? A little bit more than 6 months before, which then those amendments then get sent out to all the member states, and then it gets voted on by the General Assembly here. So the possibility for amending the statutes now, I mean, there's some proposals to amend the statutes now, which were sent to you all more than 6 months ago, and those are in front of you right now. And for those, you can vote on them now, but actually you're not allowed to amend them. I think. I mean, the rule is that those are not amendable at this point in time. If what I'm understanding from the room is that there's a desire to relook at the statutes, and specifically Article 9, that's actually something that could happen, and I guess that's what India is proposing, is setting up a committee or a working group of some sort, if you will. But then that's something that will come back to the General Assembly in 2020, help me out, 2025. So if I understood correctly, I just want to clarify that these changes can't be, changes to the statutes can't be made now. There's something that would have to be made in 2025, just to clarify to everyone. So what you can vote on now here are just the applications of those statutes now at this point, and that's what you've done actually now for all three, for 9A, 9B, and 9C. And the question now, I believe, that the chair is posing is whether you wish to reopen 9A, and actually Switzerland has suggested that it be tabled until tomorrow. So I think that's where we are right now. If that was helpful, I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, floor to Dominican Republic.
Sí, muchas gracias por las explicaciones. Me pregunto si es posible.
Thank you very much for the explanation. I would like to know whether it is possible for the Assembly now to vote so that this can remain without effect, meaning that the countries that are not present, that they could not take the floor, could we vote because we are the same as everybody else? So could we vote in favor of leaving this without effect?
Well, again, the issue, thank you, and thank you for that, if now I understood it. I think the answer to that is you've taken votes already. So the question becomes, do you want, and this is the case of Sudan, do you want to reopen the vote right now? And you need a 2/3 majority to reopen the votes that you've decided on at this session already. Those votes have been taken, and that's where we are at this point in time. And then the question becomes, in the case of Sudan, Sudan requested that this be reopened again. And Switzerland has asked that that reopening waits till tomorrow because there's a possibility that the situation may change between now and tomorrow morning, if I understood correctly. So, so they're asking to hold off. That's not the right word. What's the to adjourn the discussion until tomorrow. For any other case that you've already decided now, you would need to have, if you want to reopen those decisions, you would need to have 2/3 majority to open those decisions. Somebody would actually have to make a motion to reopen, and then we would have to have a vote to decide to reopen it. And I think that's just from parliamentary procedure. I think that's the way things have to work. I hope that's clear.
Okay. Then can I open the motion to see if we have 2/3?
I have a proposal either to do it now or from Switzerland to reopen it tomorrow. Yeah, so we have the time to think this through and come back to it tomorrow. Yeah. Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And our proposal to adjourn was regarding the case of Sudan because, and maybe I was not clear enough, if tomorrow the funds are here, then the question is not if you have to waive sanctions, but Sudan will simply fall off the list because the reasons for the sanction will no longer here, which is a different case than waive the sanction. Thank you.
Word goes to United States of America.
Good afternoon, Chair and colleagues. I'd just like to support Switzerland's proposal that we postpone until tomorrow and see if the funds are in the bank.
All right, just as a clarification, so we're talking only about Sudan at this point, is that correct? No, actually, Dominican Republic is. Would you re-propose what you want to propose, so that we're clear?
Yes, what I am proposing is, other than the case for Sudan, that the countries that are not here, if that could be open. Ay, perdón, es que no estoy acostumbrada a que haya traducción al español. Estoy solo pidiendo si podemos reabrir.
I'm just asking whether we can reopen the case for the countries that are not present so that they are not damaged in line with what India was saying. I would like to know if we could see if we can have a majority, 2/3, to see what we can do with those countries that are not present and that are struggling.
Excuse me again, and I apologize. From the Secretariat's point of view, Dominican Republic, can you tell us exactly what member states you would like to? No, I know, but so that we know which ones we're reconsidering and which ones we're not reconsidering, because that's not actually clear to me.
For instance, Honduras, because, well, all of the countries that are not present, that could not defend their position in general, those that are not in the room here today.
well, so if it's agreeable, I would suggest that we make the vote for Sudan in the first instance, and then after we've made that decision, then to go back with the second proposal from the Dominican Republic, which is to table and revisit tomorrow all of the countries that are not physically present in the room today. Is that what I'm understanding? Okay. The legal advisor, in the meantime, is asking me to remind everyone that that we send reminders out to member states all the time as to what they're owed and what their contributions need to be and how long they've been in arrears. So I mean that information, that dialogue, actually does happen on a regular basis. It's just to make it clear that this doesn't sort of fall out of the clouds at the last minute. So that's just from the Secretariat's point of view. We are constantly sending reminders to member states and discussing with them when possible. So that was just a point that the legal advisor asked me to remind you on. But in any event, can we go to these two? If I understood correctly, if we can go to these two, the first vote would be on Sudan, whether to table the discussion on Sudan until tomorrow morning. And
do we need to vote?
Yes, we need to vote. Sorry.
Thank you very much. No, regarding Sudan, let me say that all these member states, their situation at the moment, if they pay whenever this may arrive, and they are no longer in that situation, automatically they are restored. So if this evening or tomorrow morning we receive the money from Sudan, Sudan will no longer be in this list. That's all. So if any of these states at a certain moment they pay, we don't have to wait until for 2 years until next session of the General Assembly in order to restore their rights. If they pay, automatically they have their rights restored. So, and then, as he said, please remember that any intergovernmental organization always send a letter alerting member states on their financial, on what is their position in the. So if some countries decide not to come, so what? So what are we going to do? That's why, the plan, the repayment plan, it's only for those member states who have a lot of money, but for the others, they can pay tomorrow, they can pay tonight, and automatically they are restored. There is no need for another decision by the conference. Okay? Thank you.
We are going to vote in 2 steps. First, we are going to vote on to adjourn the debate on the term under discussion until tomorrow. So that is the first issue here. So I would on Sudan. So I would those of you who vote in favor of adjourning the decision on a possible reopening of the Sudan, please raise your cards now if you vote in favor of adjourning that until tomorrow. Okay, thank you. Those who vote are against, vote no. Raise your cards now. Okay, thank you. And any abstentions, please raise your card. With 53 yes, 0 no, and 4 abstentions, we will adjourn this matter of reopening the case for Sudan tomorrow.
Adjourn until tomorrow, all of the other member states that are not here to defend themselves.
Yes, so now we have to do the same kind of vote on the Dominican Republic's proposal to reopen the decisions for all the other member states that are not present here and that has not gotten a waiver in those decisions. So those of you who vote for to adjourn the debate on that item until tomorrow, you raise your card now. That is if you vote yes. Yeah. We have a proposal from the Dominican Republic to reopen the waivers for the countries not present. And this is the second, then we want to adjourn this for tomorrow. And if you vote for adjourning that question for tomorrow, you raise your card now and we will open that question tomorrow. That's unclear? Yeah, because it's in 2 steps. Should I try once again? We have a proposal from the Dominican Republic to reopen the waivers for the countries not present. So that's the first part of this proposal. The other one is to adjourn this question so we discuss this tomorrow. So what we need to vote on now is to adjourn the proposal from the Dominican Republic until tomorrow. And then if you vote yes, you raise your card now. Thank you. That vote no, raise your card now. Okay, thank you. And those of you that want to abstain, raise your voting cards now.
abstentions. So
Yeah.
this gets adjourned to tomorrow.
Yeah. So with 12 votes for yes, 10 for no, and 27 abstentions, we have decided to adjourn the proposal from the Dominican Republic until tomorrow morning. Colleagues, I would like to invite Dr. Purity Cura, Vice President of the General Assembly, to preside over our meeting during the next item of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President, and a good afternoon to all delegates. We have now arrived at item number 10, report of the Committee on Candidatures for the Council. As with the Credentials Committee, you elected the members earlier today, and the committee has elected Mr. Benoit from Switzerland as its chairperson, who is here to deliver the report. Mr. Benoit, I now invite you to the floor to table the report.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a report of the Committee on Candidatures for the Council. The Committee on Candidatures for the Council was set up on the 2nd of November 23 and completed the proceedings on the same day. The committee elected Benoit Dubosson from Switzerland as its chairperson. The committee examined the candidatures for the ICCROM Council submitted by member states. A total of 23 candidatures were received within the statutory deadline as per Article 60.3 and communicated to member states on the 14th of July via circular letter reference CL 05/2023. The decisions are as follows. The committee includes myself, Benoit Dubosson, Beni Rombar from South Africa, Mehdi Sedem from Algeria, Caldera Hudson, Brazil, Camila Raduca Grama from Romania. As council members elected shall be chosen from amongst the best qualified experts concerned with conservation and restoration of cultural properties, and taking into account that the formal requirements under Article 5.1c of the statutes are fulfilled, being mindful of the rules governing the election of the members of council, declares the following candidates in alphabetical order are eligible to be elected as members of the ICCROM Council from the date of the closure of the 33rd session of the General Assembly until the closure of the 34th session of the General Assembly. Now I will read the names. Please excuse me if I don't read them with the correct pronunciation. Ali Al-Zainal from Qatar, number 1. Then number 2, Nora Al-Khamis from Saudi Arabia.
We have to adopt the report before, and then we will have that on slide. So I go again with the list. Number 2 was Noura Al-Khamis, Arabie Saoudite. Et je le reprends.
Nur Al-Khamis from Saudi Arabia. Number 3, Fadi Balawi from Jordan. Number 4, Nanette de Jong from the Netherlands. Number 5, Kenza Dufomantel from Canada. 6, Dubravka Dukanovic from Serbia. 7, Dr. Tamas Laszlo Verzevdi from Hungary. 8, Sabina Hajieva from Azerbaijan. 9, Friederike Hansel from Germany. 10, Anthi Calderi from Cyprus. 11, Ana Laborde Marquese from Spain. 12, Aline Magnin from France. 13, Dr. Yul Sylvie Memelkassi from the Ivory Coast. 14, Kazuhiko Nishi from Japan. 15, Martin Peschler from the United States of America. 16, Hior Poshievailo from Ukraine. 17, Ruth Veronica Bröckel from Austria. 18, Isabel Raposo de Malgalles from Portugal. 19, Mokhtar Samfo from Burkina Faso. 20, Lasha Shartava from Georgia. 21, Ji Yongxing from the Republic of Korea. 22, Alexandra Worf from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And finally, number 23, Ola Wetterberg from Sweden. That's for the report of the Committee on Candidatures.
And the members of the committee for the report. And I would like to express my pleasant surprise at seeing so many candidates for the council, which clearly indicates that ICCROM is doing something positive, and so many of you want to be on the council. Before I open the floor for any interventions, can I request the Secretariat to display the draft decision regarding the report, particularly the names of the members, so that we are all on the same page? We want to display the name of the members, the proposed members, if it's possible. The list. Please bear with us, and I'm going to open the floor for any interventions before we vote. Is there any interventions? I see Qatar.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, we like to see pictures of candidates on the screen. Thank you.
Merci pour
Thank you for your proposal. In actual fact, after adopting the report, then these candidates will be shown on slides, and each of the candidates will stand up in order to present themselves to the Assembly.
Okay, in consideration of Qatar, we are going to open the report for adoption. And thereafter, there's going to be a slideshow for the candidates. China.
Thank you, President. I want to remind everyone to pay attention. In the rules of procedure of the General Assembly, Rule 60.1 stipulates that candidatures may only be proposed by member states, and member states may not propose more than one candidate. a member state shall not be eligible to propose a candidate if a candidate whom it had proposed was elected at the previous section of the General Assembly, or has since filled a vacant seat pursuant to Article 5.1 of the statute and still has part of his term of office to serve. We have learned that the U.S. Council member elected by the previous session of the General Assembly will serve until 2025. We have also noted that another U.S. candidate is electing for the membership of the Council. We request the Committee on Candidature for the Council to clarify his eligibility for candidature. Thank you.
I'll give the floor to the legal advisor. China, please can you repeat the question for the sake of the legal advisor, please? Kindly. Meanwhile, I give the floor to Russia.
Thank you very much. I would just like to support the question of my colleagues from China. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. The legal advisor was out of the room at the time that the intervention was made by China. Could China repeat the question so that the legal advisor can comment on it?
Thank you. We have learned that the U.S. Council member elected by the previous session of the General Assembly will serve until 2025. We have also noted that another U.S. candidate is electing for membership of the Council. So we request the Committee on Candidature for the Council to clarify his eligibility for candidature. Thank you.
So, okay, go ahead.
I give the floor to Joe King.
Thank you, and sorry again to take the floor again. So the situation, as I understand it, is the following: the U.S. representative, because that's not how it works. The person who was nominated by the United States 2 years ago has tendered his resignation as a council member as of the close of the council session yesterday. So he is no longer a member of the council. He was the council chair, but he's no longer a member of the council at this point in time because he has resigned. And so the United States is therefore proposing another candidate because there is not now a council member because he resigned as of the close of the council session yesterday. So that, I believe, is my understanding and the response to the Chinese delegation.
China, do you have any other questions?
Please wait a moment.
Are there any other interventions? United States, please.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. First, I would like to thank the Secretariat for the clarification on why the United States is eligible to have a candidate for council. And I'm pleased to announce the candidacy of Martin Poschler for election to ICCROM's candidate for council. Dr. Poschler has made significant contributions to ICCROM's mission, is his role as a program director for the U.S. Ambassador's Cultural Fund. Under his direction, the Ambassador Cultural Fund has helped ICCROM to advance engagement in Africa, and for example, in Nigeria. He has direct experience directing multiple million-dollar projects on preservation grants while ensuring that the program remained responsive to the global preservation priorities. And I think this institution will greatly benefit from electing Mr. Martin Poschler. Thank you.
If there are no other interventions, can we adopt the report? Any objections? I see no objections, so we adopt the report. Now, there's going to be a presentation of the candidates so that then we can be able to move forward. Secretariat?
Thank you, Madam President. In actual fact, now we will present the various candidates. I will name them again, one after the other, and simultaneously we will see their names and image on the screen. So I would ask the candidate to stand up for the General Assembly to see and greet him or her. I'll start by alphabetical order. Number 1, Ali Al-Zainal from Qatar.
Ah, il est là-bas. Ah, on vous reconnaît. On vous reconnaît.
Yeah, yes, we can see it's you. Number 2, Nora Al-Khamis from Saudi Arabia.
Numéro 3.
Number 3, Fadi Balawi from Jordan. Number 4, Nanette de Jong from the Netherlands. Number 5, Kenza Dufourmentel from Canada. Dufourmentel. 6, Dubravka Dukanovic from Serbia. 7, Tamas Laszlo Fejerdi from Hungary.
Conference, so thank you.
But we have the picture.
He's very handsome, no?
Numéro 8.
Number 8, Sabina Hajiyeva from Azerbaijan. 9, Friederike Hansel from Germany. 10, Anthi Kaldeli from Cyprus. 11, Ana Laborde Marquez from Spain. 12, Aline Magnan from France. 13, Dr. Yul Sylvie Memel Kassi from the Ivory Coast. 14, Kazuhiko Nishi from Japan. 15, Martin Perschler from the United States of America.
Able to join, so I just want to say that and give him a round of applause.
We do have it here. Says
16, Ior Poshivailo from Ukraine. 17, Ruth Veronika Bröckel from Austria. 18, Isabel Raposo de Megalhães from Portugal. 19, Mokhtar Sanfo from Burkina Faso. 20, Lasha Shartava from Georgia. 21, Ji-young Shin from the Republic of Korea. 22, Alexandra War from the United Kingdom, Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And number 23, Ola Wetterberg from Sweden. These were the 23 candidates to become members of the council. We made a who's who exercising this PowerPoint, and thanks for the Secretariat, and thanks you all, and congratulations for the new candidates that were elected.
Much, Mr. Benoit, for the presentation of those candidates. You can be able to access the statements of the candidates. There should have been a link on the screen. However, there is a QR code that you can access outside the plenary room next to the poster so that you can learn more about the candidates. The elections to fill the 14 seats will take a place tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. under the agenda item 15 by secret ballot as provided by the Rule 61 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly governing the elections of the members of Council. Please be reminded that your vote will only count tomorrow if you select 14 candidates, not more, not less. So please be reminded when you select, it should not be more than 14 or less than 14. This is the end of the agenda item, and now I invite back the President to continue with the General Assembly. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Purity, for presiding over the General Assembly in my absence. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very important, perhaps the most important item, the report on the implementation of the Programme of Activities and Budget 2022 to 2023 by the Director General. This item touches at the very heart of why we, the Member States, are here today. And I expect we will all listen very carefully to the presentations of the Director General on the report on programs, financial situation, and digital transformation. Without further ado, Dr. Andorra, I give you the floor.
Where's the first slide? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thought I could control the computer from here, but it looks like no. Can I go to slide number 1, please? As you might be aware, this biennium was marked by the implementation of a number of activities, and you'll find information in our documents on the report of implementation and the programs of activity and budget of 2022 to 2023. We also have an interactive presentation on our website, which you can also follow. What we are going to do today is basically to give you an idea on the 4 main flagship programs and prospective activities and activities which we are thinking of in future. Can I go to slide 7, please? Can I go to slide 7? We are going to give you a glimpse of some of the programs we are doing, particularly the flagship programs, and these will be outlined by various project managers and how these are being implemented. But I thought I should just give you a glimpse of some of the things which we have been doing and the statistics to look at in terms of the last biennium. We have had about 361 activities, in fact more than that. But what I indicated earlier on in my introduction, which I think is very important, is the very fact that we were able to have activities in the biennium with 135 member states, which means we were not able to touch only 2 member states. Of course, this we can say that is also thanks to the digitalization and the transformation to digital technology, which makes us able to reach more people. I also want to emphasize the fact that we were able to translate some of our publications, our website, and also some of our activities, not just into English, French, and Spanish, but into other languages like Hindi, like Japanese, and so forth. So we are not just concentrating on the 4 main languages. We are trying to reach also the languages which are being spoken in our member states. In Ukraine, we translated some of our manuals. I'm not going to waste time, and I will ask the unit manager for programs, Valerie Maga, to give you an indication of some of the programs, and I'm sure you also get some of the program managers who have been in the forefront of implementing our programs. Thank you. Valerie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur Général.
Thank you very much, General Director. So I would like to start with a couple of presentations. So, as I said, a more detailed presentation of our flagship programs that are basically at the core of our activities. Our first speaker, Aparna Tandon, is going to basically present the FAR, First Aid and Resilience Program.
As the climate crisis worsens, the world is witnessing overlapping weather extremes, conflicts, disasters, with devastating impacts on lives, livelihoods, and cultures. How could we prevent damage and loss to, excuse me, I think I'm having problems with, that's it? Okay, yeah. Okay. How could we prevent damage and loss to, my slides are moving on my own. Okay, can you just not? Okay, I hope it remains on this. Okay, so once again, as I was saying, climate crisis is worsening. The world is witnessing overlapping weather extremes, conflicts, disasters, with devastating impacts on lives, livelihoods, and cultures. The question we have to ask ourselves is that how do we prevent damage and loss to cultural heritage, as well as harness the power of culture to build peaceful and disaster-resilient communities? FAR, First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis, reduces conflict and disaster risks to movable, immovable, and intangible heritage while promoting sustainable peace and culture-based climate action. What sets us apart is the interconnectedness of our activities that enable us to address complex risks to heritage, complex and overlapping risks to heritage. And again, I think I have a problem with my slides. They're not moving. Yeah, I am using the command. Yes, okay. So okay. Our community-led approach to heritage safeguard and cascading capacity development, sorry, again. Okay, so sorry about this. I just wanted to highlight that our cascading capacity development and our community-led approach to heritage combines training with in-field action through which trained professionals supported with seed grants empower communities in risk-prone regions to take preventive actions and protect their heritage. And our strength lies in our multidisciplinary network of climate scientists, indigenous leaders, heritage professionals, and many more. And this network spans 122 countries and builds on 10 years of previous first aid training. Now I would like to mention some of our milestones in this biennium. Thanks to the support of the Canadian Conservation Institute, FAR program was able to develop immersive virtual learning using digital tools and technology, including 3D-based simulation and adaptation of a web and mobile-based application for emergency documentation of heritage. With the support from partners like the Principality of Monaco and the Alif Foundation, we have developed multilingual tools to engage youth and other population groups, enabling them to understand how heritage contributes to peace and sustainable development. FAR's motto, "Culture Cannot Wait," emphasizes the importance of culture in humanitarian aid and development assistance. A big policy win in this direction has been the unanimous recognition of our multi-partner guidelines for search and rescue operations at heritage sites by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs and its International Advisory Group on Search and Rescue. Through cross-sectoral partnerships, FAR has partnered with European Civil Protection humanitarian aid organization, as well as civil protection departments of Italy, Spain, France, Turkey, and Germany to promote joint training of civil protection and heritage professionals. Marking a significant milestone this biennium, FAR has partnered with the British Council's Culture Protection Fund and the Swedish Postcode Foundation to develop innovative training and tools to assess and reduce climate risks to heritage. A big component of this action is to document community-held knowledge and incorporate the worldviews of indigenous leaders. Cross-linking this indigenous knowledge with climate science, we are now field testing strategies on how culture can help pursue the goal of net zero and mitigate the impacts of climate change on heritage at 5 climate hotspots around the world through our program, our initiative, Net Zero Heritage for Climate Action. To strengthen heritage recovery efforts in countries affected by cyclic disasters and conflicts, ICCROM FAR has leveraged its network that spans 122 countries, as I mentioned earlier, to offer in-crisis assistance. Over the past 2 years, we have provided training and technical advice to 8 member states that have been affected by either large-scale disasters or conflicts. In Ukraine, we are building capacities for heritage recovery and gathering data on damage and risk using ICCROM FAR application that I mentioned earlier. The data gathered through this project will help build a first-of-its-kind map to predict future risks, and our actions in Ukraine are backed by the US Department of State's Ambassador Fund Cultural Preservation Fund, and UNESCO, as well as the European Commission. Now, so what has been our impact in these 2 years? Launched amid a pandemic, the FAR program has successfully trained 342 professionals over the past 2 years. These professionals have carried out 34 field projects, improving disaster risk management at 189 sites across 122 countries, and they have mobilized over 300,000 community members. Collectively, this work has led to the development of 7 new tools and publications. Our guidance now exists in 18 languages. The program has successfully raised more than 1.5 million euros in this biennium. And how do we measure this change? ICCROM's independent evaluations have shown us that FAR course participants have advanced their skills and knowledge and improved disaster risk management for heritage in their respective contexts. And the numbers are there in front of you, and they speak for themselves. But to make it more real, I would like to share a short message by one of our participants from Croatia. So let me just see if this plays. Oops, I don't know. Well, I guess not. It doesn't work?
Prevent inspired a small-scale city project, but during the course of post-training follow-up, something unimaginable happened. We turned it into a national program where the Ministry of Culture and Media joined forces with the National Firefighters Association in developing new projects where both fields could work together.
Well, sorry for the technical...
Prevent inspired a small-scale city.
Stories of change are captured in our, sorry, I don't know what's happening here. More stories of success and change that FAR has affected on the ground are captured in our publications. And this work would not have been possible without the ongoing and unfailing support of our 132 partners who have really supported this program in the initial years of its inception, since its inception, and I thank you for your attention, and we are very grateful for this support. We hope more partners will support us. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup à Parnatandon.
Thank you. This shows the importance of cooperation between communities and institutions in order to cope catastrophes and conflicts. We hope that the FAR program will be supported by our member states for the future, for it to continue to have its impact. I invite our second rapporteur, Luindo, to present the World Heritage experience on people and nature.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. The World Heritage Leadership Program is a capacity building program for World Heritage and all types of heritage places. It aims to provide the baseline for effective management so that the World Heritage requirements can be reconciled with the national heritage protection systems. The program promotes place-based and people-centered approaches to the management of heritage, where we establish the links between nature and culture and find ways of involving diverse groups of people and communities into heritage management. There's an error with the slides, which was not there. Within ICCROM's mandate as the capacity building advisory body to the World Heritage Committee, we work with partners to create guidance and implement activities. The program is jointly delivered with IUCN in collaboration with UNESCO and ICOMOS, with the generous support coming from Norway, Republic of Korea, Switzerland, and most recently from Australia. The content is applicable to all types of sites, diverse management systems recognizing both legal and customary frameworks of protection, understanding that heritage lies in different social, economic, and environmental contexts, and that we need to respond to various factors ranging from development, disasters, and climate change impacts. We adopt the method of understanding the specific challenges that sites are facing on the ground. A focused research on these issues provides the basis of compiling technical manuals, guidances, and tools. Please pay attention to the diagrams rather than the commentary that is a little bit distorted. A focused research on these issues provides the basis of compiling technical manuals, guidances, and tools. These tools are tested on different types of sites across different regions to make sure that the content remains relevant to on-ground realities. Activities of courses and workshops are designed and implemented based on these content, which we continuously evaluate and improve. The Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit 2.0 can be used to assess how effective our management actions are, identify the gaps, and analyze priority issues that can be reflected in the next cycle of management planning. Through the use of the 12 individual tools, it provides a robust framework of understanding the management system and processes of heritage sites and how we can improve them. Our work on impact assessment has resulted in the Guidance and Toolkit for Impact Assessments in a World Heritage Context, published in 2022. It provides a way for finding alternatives and mitigation measures responding to potential development to conserve heritage, but also achieve sustainable development, utilizing the established processes of conducting environmental impact assessments or heritage impact assessments. The step-by-step guidance provides concrete ways of reflecting heritage values and attributes to the planning and design of development projects. We use these manuals and toolkits in courses and workshops where we engage with site managers and communities to build capacities and improve practices. While the immediate aim is for improved conservation and management of World Heritage sites, we also aim for World Heritage to show leadership in defining what best practice looks like in linking nature and culture and achieving sustainable development with heritage considered. The program is an important vehicle to establish a learning environment where the global system of World Heritage is responsive to on-ground conservation and management practices. Over the past 2 years, we have organized 34 different activities, uploaded 45 case studies of management practices to the Panorama Nature Culture community, and engaged more than 1,600 people working in 8 different languages. The external evaluation of the program conducted in 2020 confirmed the positive impact of the program, which has led to a phase 2 extension with Norway, which will cover the periods from 2023 to 2028. In the past 2 years, we have implemented activities in 18 different member states, with participants coming from 108 member states. The program is ready to work with all of you to design and implement We are ready to work with you to design and implement international, regional, national, and site-based courses and workshops on themes such as management, resilience, disaster risk and resilience, impact assessments, assessing management effectiveness, and convening forums for site managers. Over the next 2 years, we will be establishing 2 more resource manuals for management and disaster risk, a toolkit on climate action for heritage and guidance, and a guidance on setting research agendas for heritage management. We invite all site managers and practitioners to join our many different online and in-person courses. Through them, ICCROM grows. We thank all of our partners and friends who work with us in protecting and conserving our heritage. Allow me to extend a remark that the slides are available on our governing bodies portal without possibly the distortion of the fonts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eugene. We will relaunch the presentation because it seems to have been possessed by an evil spirit, so we really apologize for that, and hopefully this new version will allow us to continue. So, merci de nouveau.
Thank you again, Eugene. That's the second presentation, shows the challenges and a few solutions in order to improve knowledges that belong to culture and conservation of nature, including societies. And we understand the importance of creating a critical mass of supporters of heritage. Our Shelley will present the other program for the material, architectural, and archaeological heritage in the Arab region.
Thank you, Valerie. Good evening, everyone. I will present on behalf of the ICCROM Sharjah team the other activities implemented in the last biennium 2022-23. Through ICCROM Athars program, which was created in 2004, It was in 2014 that marked the birth of the regional center that works to promote and protect the cultural heritage in the Arab region. In the last decade, the significant loss of cultural heritage in the region represented a major challenge to heritage places for local communities. The inadequate trained or qualified human resources and skills, together with inadequate support for the work of professional institutions, are among the obstacles that face the protection of heritage in the region. Since the inception of Athar program, ICCROM Sharjah became committed to identifying the problem areas to maximize the benefit. It aims to be a platform for the dissemination and best practices in heritage protection and management, for the education of professionals, and for raising awareness of the public. ICCROM Sharjah achieves its mission and vision through 5 major types of activities. Continuing education, policy development, outreach and advocacy, field projects and advisory services, and knowledge dissemination. During the last biennium, Athar has implemented 23 activities, trained 324 professionals, while resource persons were 131, and reached more than 6,000 people through seminars, webinars, conferences, while finalized 8 publications. Those activities were implemented in 9 different countries, and participants came from 25 member states. I will go through some examples from Athar activities. Firstly, I would like to start with continuing education and training. We have the Higher Education Master Program in Conservation and Management of Cultural Heritage. This is a continuous 2-year program being implemented in collaboration with the University of Sharjah, where ICCROM is supporting the program with its trainers, lecturers, and giving scholarships to students from Arab region. Leadership Training, the Experts Program. This training program, in collaboration with the Ministry of Culture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, aims to qualify specialized cadres of heritage professionals from KSA and GCC countries in international cultural organizations, conventions, and programs. And now it's in its 2nd phase. Mosaicon training was implemented in collaboration with the Getty Institution. Firstly, we had the advanced training on shelters and reburials, a 2-week training course which was based in Amman, Jordan, from 18 to 29 September. And secondly, we had the Mosaicon training worksite for the conservation of mosaics in storage based in Lebanon from 10th to 4th November 2022. Another summer school, we had the International Summer School on Youth and Heritage in Bosnia. This summer program focused on the theme of youth and cultural heritage as a component of identity and belonging. Policy development activities. The 4th Arab Forum for Cultural Heritage on Umran and Resilience of Heritage focused mainly on the notion of built environments, Umran. This forum was a continuation of 2 activities implemented last year. One was the webinar in cooperation with ICOMOS Jordan on climate change and cultural heritage in the Arab region, and another workshop on climate change and historic cities. Outreach and advocacy. We had the ICCROM Sharjah Award for Good Practices in its 3rd cycle. The winners of this cycle were the Beirut Asset Cultural Heritage Project, and the rehabilitation and restoration of residential courtyards and historical buildings in the vicinity of the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque in the old city of Jerusalem, Palestine. We had also held the second cycle of the Arab Cultural Heritage Award for the Young, where we implemented the winners' ceremony and an art exhibition. Other public events were two panel discussions, one under UNESCO patronage with focus on female architects and cultural heritage, and another one with the Red Cross ICRC on cultural heritage protection in times of conflict and peace. Field projects and advocacy services. The restoration of traditional houses in Muscat, Oman, it was implemented through the technical advice to the National Museum in Oman. ICCROM holds 100% of the conservation works. Another activity we had on the Western Sudan Community Museums, where we held a workshop last year to celebrate the project achievements and acknowledge the National Cooperation of Antiquities and Museum of Sudan team and experts. Architectural recording for the building of Al-Mahatta Museum in Sharjah was implemented in collaboration with the Sharjah Museums Authority following a technical advice request to ICCROM Sharjah team. Knowledge dissemination. During the last biennium, we had some publications finalized where you can also find a flyer outside to have an idea about all the available publications in addition to the research that was done with ICOMOS on recovery of cultural heritage, which will be posted very soon. What's next? Some of the activities planned for the coming biennium are summer or winter school for youth, new cycle of the awards program, 5th Arab Forum, continuation also of the master program, and lastly, seminars, workshops, meetings to discuss emerging issues in the region. Thank you so much.
Merci. Merci, Céline. Cette présentation.
Thank you, Celine. This presentation shows the variety of AFAR program and the work done to improve the profile of conservation in the region through capacity building and by encouraging to the accessibility of the heritage. Now, hand over the floor to Espera Nranikosi with a presentation on the program Youth Heritage Africa. Thank you, Valerie. Good evening to the Assembly. I'm happy to be here and to show you what ICCROM has been doing for 2 years now. For us, for ICCROM, based on the General Assembly recommendation of 2019, we had to start a new program that oriented the African region. In this orientation, after some research, we involved young people in the promotion of the African heritage, which is essential to ensure the conservation of the African culture and in order to strengthen the identity and the diversity on the continent. In so doing, we wanted to understand the needs of young people, for them to become the driver for the heritage. It's also the heritage that becomes an economic driver for young people. The program has 4 specific objectives. It starts to strengthen the role of young people to identify and promote the cultural heritage and the tangible heritage. Second objective is to promote heritage as an economic driver to allow the young people to get to know the opportunities they have, especially in the economic world. Through the program, ICCROM would like to integrate efficiently opportunities, including entrepreneurial opportunities in all activities related to the heritage on the continent. We want also to avoid to duplicate or to start other sessions that duplicate those that exist. And that's why we need to promote partnership locally in order to strengthen activities and involve young people in what we have. We have 4 pillars of a program in order to identify this. We have a component called Youth and World Partnership, in order to understand the convention, the role of a community, and in order to advance the action of UNESCO in Africa, in order to have a list of sites and enable these sites to belong to communities and to young people. We also have another pillar, young people and museums, in order to develop innovative, creative capacities. We set up museums for these identities to become attractive in order for young people to understand that museums are a place for reflection. The other initiative in order to strengthen our partnership with this institution is what we call the heritage hubs, centers for interactively encouraging actions with young people, for them to access a natural heritage, for these young people to develop creative activities in order to demonstrate the importance that can be brought about by the heritage. Of course, this can only happen together. We have another component called innovation and creativity, which is also the economic aspect of the initiative with the UNESCO Foundation for Cultural Identity, which helps the ICCROM program to start a training program which is underway, which allows young people to acquire active knowledge in terms of implementation of businesses in the context of heritage. What we do, reply in response to the aspirations of people from the African Union and for the objectives sustainable development goals that we want to advance in the African continent. After 2 and 3 years of activity, this program started 20 field projects. We could develop these programs, all 606 people trained. We had 15 webinars. We also involved 18 partners, and also we experienced people that we could use in order to implement 127 capacity building activities. We have more than 5,000 people that, of course, were reached by this program. This is a picture of our activity in South Africa. We have a hub in the ICCROM Museum. This is a program that we developed in Rwanda, Egypt, Benin, Kenya. And what are the perspectives? We would like to, in the first program, we want to emphasize the creation of enterprise. We want young people to have their own startups around the local heritage. We want to expand our hub and go towards the community, set up small hubs in the schools, 46 hubs in the continent, and there are also other initiatives related to ICCROM. We want to strengthen needs in the field and have 3,000 professionals trained in order to respond to the needs of cultural heritage in Africa. I would like to conclude this with a small video that recaps what I said. It's an interactive type of image that shows our field activities. Thank you. For us, it's an opportunity to have key partners with us that supported us for so many years. I thank the Italian government through the Minister of Foreign Affairs that gave us support for the implementation of our initiative. And we also thank the French government because they supported us financially. As I said, there are many partners such as the UNESCO Foundation. There's a local partner in Ivory Coast, Egypt, and South Africa, Benin. They helped us. We also have those from Kenya that helped us to enrich this program. And also we need to rely on this support for the African youth to be considered through our heritage. If we talk about the future of this heritage, the future lies with young people.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Esperes. It's a most recent program in ICCROM, but we hope that we expect many results from this program, and we are convinced that it could be the example for other regions in the future. Thank you for your support. I will now make an overview of our prospective activities for Latin America, activity for Latin America and Caribbean concerning the management of heritage and the management of catastrophe risk. The purpose was to implement Spanish and Portuguese activities, Spanish-speaking and Portuguese-speaking, in order to diversify publications. And we thank the Spanish government.
Programa y las traducciones y las actividades en español.
Our perspective activity regarding the sustainability of built heritage. We relaunched the program for conservation of built heritage, which was held at the beginning of this year in ICCROM. The program is based on the capacity building and the recovering of the Mosul heritage with the cooperation of architects that have been trained for that. This has been one of the main activities of this program. We thank, of course, the donors of this program. Another important research activity has been carried out regarding sustainability and built heritage, and they are all available in our website. This program also explores the opportunity to develop a program for the management of urban heritage in the future, which I think is important. We think is important. Supporting the digital heritage is the other perspective activity. It tries to collect and disseminate strategies and tools for long-term protection of heritage in the digital world, a theme that affects us all. The research led to the publication that will evaluate strategies in the various institutions, having archives, while trying to talk about the narrative of the heritage. There's a publication that these workshops have been developed. And there has been an initiative next week. We have another collection, which is the other prospection activity that wants to respond to the UN development goals in order to improve the activities supporting sustainable development in the context of work based on collections. Through an online toolkit that is available, we can give professionals and organizations in charge of collections the means to make the difference in the rush to solve environmental problems and social problems. Each of these prospective activities can become a flagship program in the future with the support of member states. I will now give make an overview of our other activities related to the promotion of knowledge. We have a training partnership that are among our main needs in order to ensure the sharing of knowledge, and we are grateful to Spain, Japan, the Republic of Korea, Mexico, and Norway for their cooperation with courses organized on stones and other themes that remain relevant for our activity. Now, research in ICCRO is among our axes. It's based on the advancement of communication of new knowledge, the identification of priorities, and capacity building regarding research. The initiative on archives of samples that are aimed at ensuring the long-term survival of these collections that are non-renewable. This is particularly interesting and allowed us to cooperate with many member states. Our initiative is our research on prospective research based on resilience to develop a long-term strategy for transformation. ICCROM also collaborated with international projects, for instance, European projects ERIS, ARPASH, or ARSH. And we also have the opportunity to offer to researchers a space within ICCROM and to use a library and archives in order which allows us as ICCROM to get in touch with topics that are important for regions. The ICCROM library is one of our tools among the most important, with more than 135,000 references. We invite all our member states to continue to send publication to enrich our collection in the library. Our library wants to develop, and now we offer for a professional conservation in our member states the opportunity to access it for a limited time in open arms platform. Our library offers the delivery of documents to our member states. Finally, we are happy about the new platform for a database on training for it's called BISING. We try to extend the partnership to other World Heritage institutions. We hope that other libraries will take part in this network. The archives are the other tools that contain the history of conservation, including documents, images, videos, and samples, including the MORA collection. The new portal on the web ensures the sharing of these documents for online consultation and for downloading in order to increase transparency and knowledge. And my colleague Pedro Soli will talk about digital activities regarding archives and the library on the presentation on digital world. ICCROM also interacts with UNICEN and EUCEN and ICCROMOS, and also collaborate with UNESCO in order to improve the implementation of the Convention on World Heritage, in particular the capacity building. Our reorg program continues its activity on demand, and on this basis, many countries now develop national strategies in order to improve the situations of museums in various parts of the world. Finally, I will also mention our internship program and its importance for ICCROM. We thank so many young professionals come work with our members of our personnel. This is the energy and the oxygens in order to develop our activities throughout the organization. Thank you for your participation. I now hand over the floor to our Director General.
Let me end the presentation on ICCROM's programs by thanking the various partners, institutions, and member states who have contributed to our activities beyond our regular budget, particularly through the voluntary contributions and also in kind. I want particularly to say thank you to Australia, Canada, China, Ecuador, France, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Monaco, the Netherlands, Norway, the Republic of Korea, Saudi Arabia, Spain, Switzerland, the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom, and Northern Ireland, and the United States of America for the special support. I hope I have covered all the member states who contributed to our programs. The support of member states through secondments is also essential. We wish to thank Japan for their long-standing collaboration in this area, and those member states, like the United Arab Emirates, who have also committed to do the same. Saudi Arabia has committed to do the same, and South Korea has committed to do the same. We also thank Norway and Switzerland for providing voluntary contribution to our staff positions. I finally want to appeal to all member states to continue supporting the efforts of our programs. It is the programs which make ICCROM, and that's what we want to be able to do in order to provide services to the member states. Thank you. I don't know, Chair, if you want me to stop and discuss the programs, or should I go on?
Go on, please.
Okay. In that case, I would want us to give a chance to Maurizio to present the financial situation at ICCROM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director General. The Administration Unit finds its perimeter and responsibility in the following areas: administration, finance, accounting, procurement, human resource, and logistics. Together with me, 7 dedicated colleagues contributed to ensuring that the organization can achieve the ambitious goal at the end of its mandate. This is the agenda on which we shall present you the financial situation. I will introduce the topics on the agenda, starting with the Administration Unit mission. I will then talk to you and show you some facts and figures from 2010 based on official audit financial statement. Then I will tell you about the administration framework, which include, as you can see, risk management and compliance, financial resources, and human resources. Finally, I will inform you about our commitment for the future of our organization. Our mission is simple, but at the same time ambitious. We want to give to our stakeholders an organization responsible, because ICCROM is a small international organization with a mandate to preserve culture and promote diversity. In this, the Administration Unit works to identify and implement best practices that guarantee solid, transparent, reliable, and indeed responsible management. Responsible toward the stakeholders, but also towards the other actors in this action, ranging from suppliers, passing through colleagues, and ending with students. We want to give to our stakeholders an organization agile. We intend to keep alive, indeed enhance, the peculiarity par excellence related to our small size. Agility, indeed. We want to give to our stakeholders an organization sustainable. As far as sustainability is concerned, we try to implement only those administrative accounting procedures that can generate sustainable impacts for a small unit such as ours, and, if possible, even lighten, streamline, and fluidify day-to-day management. Let me first explain why I started in 2010 to bring these 8 very important parameters to your attention. To give the right idea on the scale of ICCROM management development, it was necessary to establish a starting point. The year 2010 seems to me to be the right watershed between what could be described as first approach management and the start of decidedly more organic and far-sighted management action that finally dared to go beyond the canonical traditional 2-year period used so far as a metric scale. The first figure related to a threefold increase, the 300%, in external funds. Voluntary contribution, which have risen from about 2 million euro to expected 8.6 million over the current 2-year period, 2022-23. Important contributions were received from equally important sponsors at governmental, international, and private level. Important sponsorship have been consolidated over the years thanks to the quality of the program proposed, but also thanks, among other things, to procedural management and administrative transparencies. The second figures refer to the Memorandum of Understanding implemented and signed from 2010 up to August 2023. Almost 400 is an impressive number, especially when compared to the nature of the organization and its small size. Nevertheless, ICCROM has evidently been able to convey confidence in its operation capacity to partners that I would rightly call demanding, eager to invest their name and financial capacity in a solid and reliable project realities that the organization has been able to identify, convey, and stimulate as well as implement. The third figure that related to reserve, it is self-explanatory. We pass from 1.4 million to 3.7 million. The fourth figure related to the growth of the total envelope budget, which is made up of the regular budget fed by the annual contribution of the member countries. In a nutshell, you, distinguished delegate, the voluntary contribution paid by the sponsor. Well, this figure has grown by 160% since 2010. Please note that ICCROM 2010 had 130 member states and now 137. The fifth figure illustrated the increase in net working capital, which is the available portion of the assets minus liability. The sixth parameter testifies to the care with which the distribution staff have always been exercised in order to keep all resources of persons not specifically dedicated to programs at the lowest possible level. I will shortly show you a slide that will help you to better fix this context, among others. 3 different audit firms have officially certified the transparency, procedural reliability of ICCROM administration and management. From their suggestion, especially from the extended audit decided by the Council in 2021, and entrusted following an international public tender to Marsh McLennan, the Secretariat has taken on board and implemented the measures required for the administrative modernization of the organization. We have tried to promote agility as much as possible by combining it with regulatory compliance. The last figure represented the documents in form of policy and procedure produced by the administration to regulate, administer the accounting financial processes. I have an explanatory slide for this because it is intimately linked to the UN 2030 agenda. This slide represents the framework, hence the perimeter, but also, in fact, the focus of the administration unit daily work. Starting with the blue segment, that of roots, we find risk management and compliance. Under whose umbrella we have shaped the body of legislation in order to identify and achieve our goals in terms of policy and procedure. We then carried out a thorough financial risk assessment and submitted it all for review by external audit. Moving on the green segment, the finance segment, we strengthened our financial resources and then optimized them according to our core business and operational needs, and then consolidated everything by maximizing cash flow and reserve. Finally, as regards the violet segment, we created a HR department in 2022, filling a void that had been dragging on since the creation of ICCROM, to which we gave impetus and operationalism with concrete action for day-to-day management and long-term implementation, both of which have been pending for some time. During this year, we were able to introduce and implement the performance management system and set up a specific training program involving all executive and line managers. According to the Marsh extended audit, we have segregated the procurement and logistics. The combination of these synergetic actions has yielded results that that I'm now going to show you with the help of the next slide. In defining the corpus normativo of the risk management compliance, we have tried to adhere as closely as possible to the guiding principle of the UN 2030 agenda. And we believe that we have made progress in the direction of combating gender discrimination, violence, regulatory transparencies, respect and preservation of the environment, combating corruption, direct access to public information in compliance with international laws, and observance of procedure consistent with environmental sustainability. I would like to emphasize that all the policy and procedure listed above have been developed and produced over the last 2-3 years with the valuable contribution of ICCROM internals and, where necessary, even external bodies, and in any case perfected and approved in full agreement with the management and statutory bodies. In 2020, when we became fully IPSAS compliant, we performed a financial risk assessment for the first time and included it from them for transparencies in the note to our audit financial statement. This slide gives you an idea of the progress made since implementation. In green are the risks that have been successfully monitored and managed, including credit risk, doubtful contribution, possible country default risk. In yellow are the risks that we constantly and carefully monitoring related to liquidity, currency fluctuation risk, investment in the sense of the type and definition of risk appetite, which is moderate for ICCROM, for which we have the document approved by the Council in 2019, and overall cash flow. We do not currently have any non-performing risk, which would then be characterized in red. Auditing has always been essential to ensure and guarantee the necessary financial transparency to all our stakeholders. I would like to remind you that according to Article 12 of the ICCROM Financial Regulation, the audits are appointed by the Council and consequently report directly to that statutory bodies. The Secretariat collaborates in drafting of the annual financial statement and provides any and all elements useful for the evaluation, which is sent to the Director General for appropriate action. In the period 2019-2021, ICCROM experienced 3 different auditing firms. More specifically, as illustrated in the slide in your view at this time, from 1975 to 2019, PricewaterhouseCoopers. From 2020, Ernst & Young has been awarded a public international tender for the following 2 years period, the 3 biennium, starting from 2020, for the annual financial auditing of the organization. Just for the sake of completeness, I would like to tell you that this tender will be repeated in the spring of 2024 with identical terms and for a similar duration, 3 biennium, in order to have the necessary changement in this. Last, in 2021, Marsh McLennan was awarded an international public tender for an extended audit expressly requested by the Council related to 4 macro areas: corporate governance, human resource, voluntary contribution management, and procurement. As the highest common denominator, these 3 different auditing firms expressed opinion and suggestions to further increase the already good reliability, undoubted transparencies, and prudent management of the administrative accounting financial matter. The widening of the spread between asset and liability represents working capital. This is the portion of the organization capital free of commitment. You will notice that since 2018, as a result of these 2 separate but synergic actions on assets and liability, this widening between assets and liability has increased decisively. I think this slide represents rather well the concept that ICCROM has regarding optimization. We have always tried to allocate the most important portion of human resource to the program, yellow, which corresponded to our core business, trying to keep both services in light blue and administration, also understood as the Office of the Director General, in green, as low as possible. This is the status of our operational reserve. As I told you before, we have more or less financial autonomy for about 8 months at regular budget level in complete absence of regular contribution. In 2021, the Council appointed, after an international public tender, Marsh McLennan to conduct an extended audit, including for 4 macro areas, including human resource management. Until then, human resource management had always been exercised with a predominantly administrative-centric view. The current landscape, and above all, the need to have a competitive organization in agility in a regulatory framework that has changed profoundly and will change even more in the future, has definitively convinced both the Council and the management, on the basis of the recommendation received from the Marsh report, which are perfectly complementary with the proposed restructuring of SRI executive approved by both the Council and management, to bring the inherent process under the coordination of an HR office located in the administration unit to coordinate the human resource and administrative accounting synergy while maintaining an agile and streamlined structure. Considering that people are our most important resource for the implementation of our mission and that good governance, also in line with the recommendation of the Marsh McLennan audit, requires them to be managed in the round, we have dedicated ourselves to setting up an HR department to take care of the employees from their selection in order to join ICCROM, to their development, to their retention, and to their departure from the organization. These slides will summarize in brief what the HR department has done since its creation, coinciding with the hiring of the HR office in January 2022. Starting from the context of implementing the recommendation of both SRI and Marsh, the function also developed the main process and procedure that serve as cornerstone to sustain the new HR system and the introduction of new guidelines in green. Co-development and test drive of the new performance development process. Filling 13 posts and definition of the recruiting, selection, and induction guidelines, support to the Bureau and Council for the new DG recruitment. Implementation of the organizational changes established by the restructuring exercise. Development of the training course in line with SRI needs analysis, people management, and project management. Development of new job description in line with the International Civil Service Commission standard for all organizational posts. Co-development and definition of the first competency framework. Co-development and test drive of the new hybrid teleworking approach. Organization review and job evaluation for all organizational posts. Development of training courses that serve as enablers for organizational priority, for example, digital skill and language training. Last but not least, 44 internship in the biennium 14 in the biennium 2022-23. Finally, the function has carried out tasks of forecast management, staff budget, staff unit requirement, day-to-day management, management contract, renewals, recruitment, retirement, ordinary training, support to management statutory bodies, and finally, extraordinary management, such as management resolution, internal friction, legal intervention, etc., with a view to make these activities accompany the more important ones: definition of hiring strategy, training development, and talent retention. We wish to consolidate what we have achieved so far to have a clear horizon to set our people's strategy for the future. By trust, to have under control a clear regulatory framework that allows the organization to operate and compete in perfect compliance with the rules and criteria of transparency, accountability and auditing. Skills, acquiring, increasing and perfecting our knowledge and management techniques in order to always operate to the best of our possibility and resource at the service of the organization. Third, agility, ensuring compliance without mortifying the organizational agility qualities, but on the contrary, enhancing it to the highest possible level. Our engagement for the future. The VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity model was coined in 1985 by economists Warren Bennis and Bart Nanos, who illustrated it in their books Leader, The Strategy for Taking Charge. The basic thesis of the two authors is that the challenges posed by various external factors, which can be summarized in the 4 terms that make up the VUCA world, require management and leadership to be able to manage companies with suitable tools and methodology that take into account the impact of this factor on their organization. What has made VUCA out of date is the pandemic. This is why in 2020, the futurist James Cascio launched a new acronym through the post facing the age of chaos, that of BANI, or brittle, anxious, non-linear, incomprehensible. It is a framework for articulating increasingly common situations where simple volatility or complexity are insufficient lenses for understanding what is happening. Situations where conditions are not simply unstable but chaotic, where outcomes are not simply difficult to predict but completely unpredictable. We believe that we can face the future with the following acronym. Reality, looking reality in the face for what it actually is. Understanding, having elements or tools of adequate understanding to get to the bottom of it. Always glimpsing possibility and not just problem. Transparencies in order to always operate in compliance with traceability standards. This maturity model is self-explanatory, and it is related, for the point 1, to finance, relating to the financial resource. To the point 2, to the rules, risk management and compliance. Point 3, to HR, to the human resource. As you can see, there is the situation where we were, in red. There is the situation where we are now, in yellow. And there is also the situation in green, where we are going, related to the 3 points which are the common of this presentation. I wish to thank you for your attention with this phrase of Dag Hammarskjöld. Okay. He was president of Bank of Sweden, but became internationally known as Secretary General of the United Nations, a position he held for 2 consecutive terms from 1953 until his death in 1961 in a plane crash in Southern Africa during a peace mission. He was posthumously awarded the Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. Thank you for your attention.
Good evening, dear delegates. I'll now present you with a brief update on ICCROM's digital transformation for the biennium. If we can have the presentation, please. A digitally transformed ICCROM that connects and communicates more effectively, providing wider access and improved services to member states through e-learning, digitized library and archival resources, enhanced relationships with stakeholders, and streamlined operations, all in a secure cyber environment. This is the vision of ICCROM's Digital Transformation Strategy 2025. It's fully in line and responds directly to the strategic direction to strengthen and transform the organization for the future. The strategy builds upon 5 interconnected pillars: e-learning, library and archival resources online, stakeholder relationship management, smarter business environment, and communications infrastructure. It also includes effective data integration across the different pillars and the creation of a secure cyber environment. Implementation of the digital transformation started in 2022 with several targets established in the program's activities and budget for the biennium. These targets include enabling the delivery of online courses through a learning management system, integration of existing databases into a customer relationship management system to optimize stakeholder engagement, progressive digitization and increased online availability of ICCROM library and archival resources, strengthening ICCROM's communication infrastructure, and streamlining business processes and workflows. To enable this transformation, the last General Assembly approved a 5% increase in Member States' regular contribution, which amounted to €365,474. The next slides will provide a quick overview of the progress made so far across the strategic pillars, including the budget realization. Following a detailed needs assessment to identify the best e-learning solution to meet ICCROM's aspirations, capacity, and sustainability requirements, a new learning management system, or LMS for short, has been acquired. The LMS is currently being customized, which includes the page layouts, navigation on different types of devices, as you can see here on screen, course catalog, course descriptions, enrollment path, and other features. At the same time, the first online courses are being finalized. The LMS will be fully operational by December 2023. At the beginning of next year, it is envisaged that at least 2 self-paced courses will be available. More courses and learning materials will be uploaded on a regular basis as they become LMS ready. The provision of e-learning, in addition to regular in-person courses, will significantly increase ICCROM's training user base. The first digitization project of ICCROM library resources is underway. It includes didactic and documentary materials from the International Architectural Conservation course, editions from 1965 to 2010. These resources will be available for online consultation on the ICCROM Records and Archives portal by the end of 2023. To widen access to the library To widen access to the library e-books, e-journals, and other digital resources, 300 new registered personal accounts have been offered for free on the ICCROM website to heritage professionals and researchers worldwide. Over 50 of such accounts have already been activated. The new Records and Archives portal was launched in July 2023. It provides access to the archives inventory with focus on governing bodies, Officer of the Director General, and the documentation, information, and communication sections. You can see the landing page here and some of the documents already digitized. The portal currently contains around 1,200 downloadable documents produced by the General Assembly from the first one in 1960 to 2019. More sections of the inventory, programs, and projects, as well as donations and digital collections, will be published progressively during the last quarter of 2023. The Archives is also digitizing its audiovisual collection, composed of around 10,000 items documenting governing body meetings, courses, conferences, interviews with staff and conservation professionals, and learning materials. The audio recordings are in the process of being cataloged and edited to make them available on the portal by 2024. The ICCROM Archives is also preparing an online register of heritage samples archives. It is currently being tested with project partners before its launch. A dedicated scanning environment has been created at ICCROM headquarters to sustainably increase the efficiency and effectiveness of digitizing library and archival collections. After carefully evaluating the options for a stakeholder engagement solution that meets ICCROM's aspirations, capacity, and sustainability requirements, a new customer relationship management system, or CRM for short, has been acquired and is being set up. It will unify the main databases currently in use at ICCROM, providing advanced data management and communication functionalities. As a result, the CRM will help streamline processes, build and sustain relationships, increase ICCROM's user base, and strengthen resource mobilization. The selected CRM solution allows for native integration with the Microsoft 365 applications already adopted by ICCROM, providing significant advantages in terms of data management and cybersecurity. In July 2022, ICCROM started moving its ICT infrastructure to the cloud. This is a critical step to enable a successful digital transformation, replacing the outdated and less safe on-premises infrastructure and laying the foundation for future improvements. A new cloud-based software suite is being gradually deployed to modernize ICCROM's online working environment. The first phase consisted of migrating the email system, launching an online collaboration platform, and enabling personal cloud storage for the Secretariat. This was followed by an all-staff training program focusing on new tools, cybersecurity, and data protection. Aiming at streamlining the work of the Council by providing access to collaborative and communication tools, Council members have been assigned individual accounts. The second phase of the migration will involve the transitioning ICCROM's file system to the cloud. To facilitate remote and safe access to corporate data and other ICT tools, a dedicated virtual private network has been deployed. The remaining on-premises infrastructure has been partially updated, and some obsolete devices have been decommissioned. In 2024, this infrastructure will be modernized to provide specific ICT services to headquarters and the regional office, and to locally and safely store ICCROM's critical backups. Cybersecurity is a critical enabler of ICCROM's digital transformation. To that end, a new security management approach has been adopted. A high-performance antivirus software has been installed on all digital devices, and a network monitoring tool has been deployed. New backup and recovery policies have been implemented on the cloud and on-premises. Cybersecurity guidelines are being prepared to ensure that best practices are observed when using working devices and dealing with corporate data. Several improvements have been made to the ICCROM website, including a new area for member states' contributions, a new section on ICCROM's commitment to transparency, a course catalog, a revamped classified section, and a new section for blog posts. The governing body's portal has been upgraded to the latest version of the web content management and relocated to a new repository to improve maintainability and security. A new email marketing tool has been introduced to improve the effectiveness of communication with member states and for other targeted campaigns. It provides meaningful insights to improve ICCROM's communication strategy by better understanding and fulfilling the needs of its stakeholders. In conjunction with the e-learning pillar, new hardware and software for audio and video production have been purchased. A future-proofed, refreshed brand identity that enhances visibility and our digital presence across all platforms has been developed. This includes fonts and colors that are optimized for screens and pass all accessibility tests. Finally, moving to the budget implementation, this table shows the amounts of regular budget allocated to each component of ICCROM's digital transformation for the 2022-2023 biennium. The total amount of 365,474 euros corresponds to the 5% increase in member states' regular contribution as approved by the General Assembly in 2021. The column highlighted in green shows the amounts already disbursed or committed through signed contracts with goods and services providers, which amounts to about 70% of the budget. The last column contains the amounts still to be disbursed or committed. Before the end of the year, these amounts will be fully disbursed or are committed for expenditures in the next biennium, making sure that the budget is successfully implemented. The Secretariat thanks the General Assembly for its invaluable support to continue to transform and strengthen ICCROM for the future. A particular thanks to the Netherlands for the additional voluntary contribution granted to further support ICCROM's digital transformation. Thank you for your attention. Merci beaucoup.
So thank you, Director General, and thanks to your colleagues for delivering this detailed report of ICCROM's activities over this current biennium. Before I open the floor for interventions, I would just remind you that we have, after we have voted for the program, we also have the ICCROM award that we need to finish at around 7, I think. So I encourage you to come with interventions, but please keep them a bit short. Okay, thank you. Should we start? Yeah. The IUCN has asked for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of IUCN, I'd just like to take that opportunity to put on record our thanks to ICCROM for the collaboration on programs over the last 2 years, especially the World Heritage Leadership Program, the brilliant work of Eugene Zhou and her team and Valerie Magar. We put a lot of store on linguistic diversity in the World Heritage Leadership Program, but the PowerPoint presentation today took that to a new level, so I hope it will be circulated with the text corrected, because this program is firstly giving World Heritage a real role in leading conservation practice. It's helping lead to a firm establishment of the connection of nature and culture as a foundation for culturally inclusive approaches to conservation practice. And we saw that on display at the ICCROM General Assembly recently as well. It's producing industry best practice guidance, notably the management effectiveness guidance of enhancing our heritage and the guidance on environmental impact assessment. And an important result to add is that we saw the renewal of the joint program on the links between biological and cultural diversity at the CBD meeting, COP15 in Montreal last December. And that asks ICCROM to also take a role in achieving the world's goals to tackle the biodiversity crisis. So there's an important recognition that this bringing together of nature and culture is really a transformative strategy. And we can do much more together, I believe as well, Mr. Chair, as IUCN and as ICCROM, and with our wonderful open partnerships with UNESCO and with ICOMOS, to take this approach to support other areas of our joint work together. I'm sure we can do much more to support the work ICCROM is planning on urban, and also the work on youth in Africa, for instance. This will be the only intervention, I think, Mr. Chair, from IUCN at this General Assembly, so let me just make 2 last comments. The first is to take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge my partner in crime, Joseph King, for the incredible collaboration that's also, I think, the heart of what we've been able to do to bring IUCN and ICCROM's programs together. And lastly, as Ndoro leaves, just to say I think the last 6 years have really enabled us to strengthen our collaboration, and Ndoro, your openness to that bringing together of our work has been really instrumental in us being able to work together in a much more purposeful way that really challenges some of the boundaries of the gaps between conservation practice that we'd been seeing in the past. So thank you, Chair, and for that opportunity to make a short intervention. We look forward to continuing to work together.
Thank you very much for this comment. Do we have any more interventions from the floor? I give the floor to the representative of Mexico.
Buenas noches a todos. Agradezco el idioma español al Gobierno de España y pues agradecer.
Thank you. I'd like to thank ICCROM, the director and their whole team for the work that they carry out jointly with Mexico, and the conservation courses for paper, for stone, the risk management courses, and we hope to continue all of these initiatives together. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. President, Honorable Chair, Director General, and distinguished delegates. The delegation of the Republic of Korea would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Director General and ICCROM staff members. We believe that the new ICCROM initiations will make a great contribution to addressing global issues like climate change. The Republic of Korea takes an active role as a Funding Trust contributor and expert partner in World Heritage Leadership and Collaboration programs. Furthermore, we commit to ongoing collaboration with ICCROM and its member states to advance multilateral progress in heritage conservation. This delegation also recognizes the significance of ICCROM's financial soundness and transparency, and looks forward to ICCROM's sustainable future by faithful planning and implementation of the budget. In this regard, this delegation would like to thank the Finance and Audit Committee for its hard work and over the past 2 years. Looking at these financial statements, this delegation is especially grateful for the ICCROM Secretariat's effort despite the challenging financial conditions caused by COVID-19. It was very encouraging to see many online courses and webinars during the pandemic, and a trend of expenditures against the budget shows a positive balance. As ICCROM operates internationally, it is always important to manage any potential risk which may arise as a result of foreign currency fluctuations. This delegation looks forward to the financial soundness and transparency of ICCROM and its operations, as well as their financial impact. Thank you once again, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates.
Yes, Switzerland.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le programme qui nous a été préparé.
Yes, Mr. President, the program that was presented deserves much more discussion, much more debate and question, because this is a big success. If we remember, all this has been developed during those last years. And as far as concerns also the functioning of the organization as seeing the hour, I want to really to say, give a big thank to the Director General for the implementation of this program, the visibility, the presentation of this program. And my questions, I'm keeping them for when we have our corridors conversations, when we meet.
And the word goes to Spain.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank ICCROM for the enormous efforts that it has been making over the last few years in developing the training proposals that we have been planning and adapting them to the needs in the different regions, and also making use of the different languages, which allows us to come together in a much better way, getting much closer, and thanks to the technicians in the different countries, and we just hope for greater implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Portugal.
I wanted to congratulate Mr. Director for the role ICCROM has played at the global level, the extraordinary quality and the partner network that they could reunite together. This program, which is touching the most important points today, and it has indicators of reference, of evaluation. This is a program which is centered on the communities, on the youth, on the future. And so this is, in difficult times of pandemic, ICCROM could adapt itself and continue its technical and expert support, working on the web, the access on the library, especially the formation with the webinar and the courses online in different languages. It was an impressive work, and we would like to support this commitment for this and to contribute to the construction and building of a better world, because this is a fragile patrimony and we would like to keep it, and we would like to recognize and having this knowledge different in the different countries.
Very much, and I will give the last word to the representative of Japan before we go to the adoption.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Thank you for the Secretary for their presentation, but more importantly, the concrete progress about everything. The Japan is quite happy to see the progress on the digital transformation, because last time the General Assembly accepted the 5% increase, and that means we all are supporting for that direction. But I know the digital transformation is very complex things, so we are happy to hear that. But at the same time, maybe we, as General Assembly, we will keep collaboration with the Secretariat and for the more progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all these comments. Very happy about that. And I think we will get a draft decision about the report of the implementation of the program on the screen. It seems to take a little while, but I think if there are no objections to adopt this report, I will find it adopted. So thank you so much, and we directly move over to the next item on the agenda, the announcement of the recipient of the ICCROM Award. I would like to invite Mrs. Zoe Reed, Chairperson of the ICCROM Award Committee to Council, to take the floor. Zoe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ICCROM Award was created to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the ICCROM Foundation, and it was first presented in 1979 as a way of recognising exceptional contributions to ICCROM and the conservation community. This award has been presented regularly at General Assembly of ICCROM every 2 years. A list of previous winners of the ICCROM Award can be found on the ICCROM website. The award is presented to a person who holds special merit in the field of protection, conservation and restoration of cultural heritage, and who has contributed to ICCROM's work. Each biennium, nominations are invited for this award. There is a small working group from Council who oversees this process, and I would like to thank my fellow Council members, Juan Diego from Ecuador and Benoit from Switzerland, and of course the ever-efficient Eugene Zhou from ICCROM, for the work that we did on our working group. The Council then votes on the candidate, and this year I am delighted to announce that the recipient of the award is Agnes Bruckerhoff from the Netherlands.
I would now like to invite José Luis Pedersoli to deliver the laudation of Dr. Bruckerhoff, the winner of the 2023 ICCROM Award. Yep.
Thank you, President. It is with immense pleasure that on behalf of ICCROM, we have the honor of introducing the winner of the 2023 ICCROM Award, Agnes Bruckerhoff from the Netherlands. Ms. Bruckerhoff works as a senior scientist at the Cultural Heritage Laboratory of the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands. She is an internationally active and widely respected conservation scientist who has been a key contributor to many ICCROM initiatives. Agnes has a Bachelor of Science degree in biochemistry, a Master of Science degree in analytical chemistry, and a Bachelor of Arts degree in art history. She has undertaken a research fellowship at the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization in Australia to study insect pest control with low and high temperatures. As part of her career development, I guess it's also important to mention that Agnes participated in ICCROM's international course on scientific principles of conservation in Rome. I'll come back to that in a while. This award is a recognition of the significant contributions that Agnes has made to numerous ICCROM's programs and projects in the field of cultural heritage conservation in the Netherlands and internationally. As a conservation scientist and teacher, Agnes Bruckerhoff has dedicated her entire career to the conservation and management of heritage collections and other forms of cultural heritage worldwide. Her diverse experience includes roles at the Conservation Department at the Australian Museum in Sydney, as visiting scientist at the Stored Grain Research Laboratory of the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization, as already mentioned, as well as a progression of roles in leading heritage-related institutions in the Netherlands, including the National Service for Monuments Care, the former Central Research Laboratory of Art and Science in Amsterdam, which is commemorating 60 years this year, 2023, the former Netherlands Institute for Cultural Heritage, where I had the pleasure and the privilege of being Agnes' colleague there for 6 years, the Civil Military Cooperation Center of the Royal Dutch Army, and currently the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands. The overview that follows maps some of Agnes's main contributions to the cultural heritage sector. Her contributions to conservation theory, science, and practice have spanned a great diversity of sizes and types of heritage, from built heritage through natural science and humanities collections to contemporary art. Over these ranges, all Agnes's work has been marked by commitment to truth and rigorous science, to evidence-based critical thinking, and to respect for diverse, pluralistic values. Agnes has a strong focus on the practicality and applicability of scientific methods and knowledge, aiming to empower those that manage and take care of heritage. She has generously shared her knowledge and skills through lectures, teachings, and publications. ICCROM has benefited both directly through Agnes's contributions to its projects, as well as through her elevating the field of cultural heritage conservation globally. In 1992, Agnes attended ICCROM Scientific Principles of Conservation International course in Rome, as I mentioned before. With her natural leadership, she organized tours for the participants around Rome during weekends. During classes, she was well respected by the participants and teachers alike. That would prove not surprising, as she went on to be universally appreciated and respected within the field of heritage conservation and management. The emphasis of her work always lies in finding practical and cost-effective solutions for real-life problems in heritage conservation and management, developing new knowledge and methods to support heritage institutions in doing their work more effectively and efficiently. Her contribution to the heritage field varies widely, from value-based decision-making to the development of a practical solar tent to heat-treat pest-infested objects in less favorable contexts. This is a characteristic that marks Agnes's work of such great and extraordinary value to ICCROM in serving all its member states without leaving anyone behind. Agnes's wide-range expertise, commitment, pragmatism, and creativity have been instrumental for supporting ICCROM to design and successfully implement key capacity-building activities over the last 20 years, with particular focus on heritage collections. This includes curriculum development and teaching for the following international courses: Sharing Conservation Decisions in Rome 22, 24, and 2006. Preventive Conservation in Ottawa 2003. Reducing Risks to Collections in Rome 2005, Ottawa 2006, and Sibiu 2007. Reducing Risks to Cultural Heritage, which was a hybrid course with an online component and an in-person component in Istanbul in 2011. Conservation of Textiles and Southeastern Collections in Leiden in the Netherlands in 2005, and First Aid to Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis in Amsterdam 2015. In particular, the Reducing Risks course have been pivotal, transformative for heritage collections and management internationally by introducing, promoting, and enabling value-based risk management for cultural heritage. Agnes has also participated and provided invaluable inputs to several high-impact international meetings organized by ICCROM, including the Sharing Conservation Decisions Seminar in Rome in 2011, the Forum on Conservation Science, also in Rome 2013, and Evaluating the Outcomes of Heritage Science Think Tank in Rome 2015. The outputs of these meetings provided a comprehensive and critical reference and resource for the heritage sector to take stock of the situation concerning conservation decision-making and heritage science, and to better position itself for the future. In addition to ICCROM, Agnes has been a regular and important contributor to international organizations such as the International Institute for Conservation, IIC, the International Council of Museums, its Conservation Committee, ICCROM-CC, with a particular focus on natural history collections, and the Society for the Preservation of Natural History Collections. She has been a reviewer for several international journals, including Studies in Conservation for many years, authored or co-authored more than 70 professional papers or publications, including the following books: Unraveling Textiles, a handbook for the preservation of textile collections; Buggy Bees, I love the title, Integrated Pest Management in Collections; Control of Fungi and Insects in Objects and Collections of Cultural Value, Risk Management for Collections, and Assessing Museum Collections, Collection Valuation in 6 Steps. Due to her warm, open, and outgoing personality, as you will hear in a while, and her readiness to and apparent pleasure in promoting the work of her colleagues and acquaintances, she is a ready mentor to and champion of emerging professions. Agnes is always ready to let her own flames ignite those of emerging colleagues, then step into the background and let them shine. Now, I'll give the floor back to the President to invite Agnes to the podium to let her flame show here again and receive the award. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to invite Dr. Brokerhoff to address the General Assembly.
Dear Chairperson, Mr. Wetterby, dear Council members and Council members, distinguished delegates, ICCROM staff, past and present, dear friends, dear colleagues, and not last but not least, Director General. That's where it all starts, Reverend Gore. I think this is the 52nd ICCROM award that's being awarded. The 6th for a female, so there's room for improvement there. But the 3rd for an Agnes. Hey, if you're looking for a name for your daughter in the future. Thank you, Louise, for all the flattering words. I wasn't sure that was me, but the flame, that is also a theme that comes back in my talk, so let's get serious. The world is on fire, literally and figure of speech. Bushfires and human crises. People suffer, natural and cultural heritage are under threat. Yet, however big the mess, there are sparks of hope. And one of those sparks is ICCROM, supporting communities to safeguard their anchors of identity for an uncertain future. As a young scientist, I was ICCROMized in 1992. 5 months of scientific principles of conservation in Rome. What a luxury and what an amazing experience. My first words of thanks go to Agnes Ballestrom, one of those Agneses, by the way, and Judith Hofenk de Graaf, the passionate driving forces of the Central Research Laboratory for Objects of Arts and Science in Amsterdam in those days. They set me off on an adventurous track and later offered me a job in Amsterdam. During the SPC course, the science didn't impress me that much. But it was only later that I realized I'd been taught the principles of conservation. I learned to understand conservators, to communicate with them, with heritage carers, and how to contribute with my science to solving their problems and their challenges. And I learned to respect different cultures, different approaches. Not wrong, different, also good. As a scientist in Amsterdam, I started studying molecules and then discovered it's not really about molecules, it's about materials. It's not really about materials, it's about objects. And lots of them. It's about collections, and you have to decide where are the priorities if you have to deal with the deterioration caused by light, by humidity, by pollution, by pests, by fire. How could we manage all those agents of deterioration, as the Canadian Conservation Institute had introduced them? How could we combine them into something like integrated preventive conservation? That brings me to thanking the next very important person in my career, ICCROM's own Catherine Antomarchi. I know you're hiding there somewhere. An amazing source of energy and inspiration. She welcomed our Scientific Principles 92 class when we organized a reunion in Rome in 2002 and shared our experiences in the past 10 years with each other. I must have said something right, because Catherine and Stefan Mikulski invited me to teach on the preventive conservation course that ICCROM and CCI organized in Ottawa in 2003. Teaching the teachers, a genius concept. Being taught as a course participant is one thing. Being a teacher is a far greater learning experience. It proved to be groundbreaking, actually for all of us that were in that course. And it also introduced to us the solution to integrated preventive conservation. It's called risk assessment and risk management. Setting priorities for heritage management by identifying, analyzing, and evaluating the risks, looking at what's expected in the future rather than what has happened in the past. And all of that based on fact, on scientific data. And that brings me to thanking Robert Waller, who was then at the Canadian Museum of Nature. He taught us risk management and coached us through the process. Us being a group of colleagues, the disciples of risk management, if you like, and you already refer to them, such as my longtime SPC friend Jean Tétrault at the Canadian Conservation Institute, my buddy Bart Ankersmit and Frank Lichtrink in Amsterdam, the ever-laughing Zé-Louis Pedersoli, who ended up here, hey. The teachers that we taught and who joined our organizing teams later for the next courses, like Vesna Zivkovic and Gail McIntyre. And with CCI's Julie Murtaugh, we even developed a distance learning course in the days before COVID, when none of us had any experience with meeting online. The group grew through the years, culminating in more than 120 risky participants at a conference that we organized in the Netherlands in November 2012. What a rich harvest that was from the seeds that Catherine, Stefan, and Rob planted in 2003. And for me, that shows the power of ICCROM, a small organization in Rome with a large network of dedicated professionals, carefully selected on being able to make an impact and groomed through actively participating in courses and in projects. Risk is the chance of losing value. And it got me into assessing cultural value, meaning, significance. Why do we keep this stuff? Why not throw it away? Because it has a meaning. And it's people that determine whether the stuff has meaning or not. One can avoid losing value, managing risks, but one can also develop value, increase it. Something I learned from working with the Amsterdam City Archives and with my colleagues from my own collections department, that value of objects can be developed through restoration, regain value, through research, knowing more about it, by improving access, by use. We came up with the developmental types. You have the toppers that can only fall off their podium, so you need to keep them fit. There's the sleeping beauties. beauty, but not accessible. You have to kiss them awake. There are the injured that need treatment. There are the sleepers, like in archives. They're sleeping there. We keep them. We don't do much with them. We just give them basic care. And there's the ugly ducklings that can turn into wonderful swans. With these concepts, we were able to manage value. Do we want to manage risks, improve value? How can we do that? Value management. And we didn't only look at these cultural, historical, expert values. It's much more about the social, societal values nowadays. Words like diversity, inclusion, participation, migration. It is people. It's about these social values. Heritage as a vector for social development, as a means to bridge gaps in society when communities actually can come together around heritage and discuss it from different perspectives. Developing value enabled the step from risk management to value management for heritage, which brings me to thanking my dear partner, Anna Bülow, for making that step with me and for making sure that the methods and models I think of we develop are always practical and useful. A full-scale risk assessment proved too much work for her large museum, so we came up with a shortcut, the quick scan. And nowadays we use that a lot in teaching and in consultancy projects to get a quick overview of all the hazards, possible risks, before we dive into detail. We use the concepts of value management for making decisions in loans of objects to non-museum organizations to reach new audiences. So where I started with molecules, materials, objects, collections, I've now come to people. I work a lot with people who work with their collections. And that's probably the next step, working with communities, lots of people. My parents, my source of life and confidence, would have been proud of me to see me here today. I was already proud when I was nominated for the ICCROM Award, let alone receiving it. But it's not just me that deserves it. It's all these people that I've been honored to work with and learn from and share my knowledge with. It's an interaction. And I'm fortunate to work at the Cultural Heritage Agency of the Netherlands that, like its predecessors, supports ICCROM and its activities wholeheartedly. I work with wonderful colleagues, and I've always been able to do what I enjoy and to enjoy what I do. And I think if you reach that in life, that's really a treasure. I'm proud to be part of the profession, and I'm proud to be part, I'm not in the ICCROM network, and contribute my bit to fighting the fires and providing support and hope for those in need. And I thank you all.
Thank you again, Dr. Bruckerhoff, and I will now be able to hand over the ICCROM Award.
It's stuck.
That's yours. Okay, with this we have exhausted our agenda for the day, perhaps a little bit more than this, and you have all received an envelope this morning with the invitation to the reception in honor of Dr. Brokkerhoff with a generous contribution of the Netherlands, starting in the, directly now in the Russian lounge on the 7th floor. You will find members of the Secretariat to guide you to the venue. I will look forward to seeing you all at the reception shortly, and with this I close the first day of the 33rd session of the General Assembly. One more thing. We resume tomorrow, and as you remember, we had an extra item on the agenda that we decided on earlier. So we will start tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. That means that coffee is served at 8:30 tomorrow. Coffee is served 8:30, we start at 9 o'clock. Thank you.